Let's start doing some strumming. Yeah, totally. That's what it should be.
The auction is closing in 5 minutes. The auction is closing in 5 minutes. I am the light of the world. You are the light of the world. You are the light of the world. We are the light of the world. Shining through the darkness to let the blinded see. Bearing one another as we slowly turn the key. In the promise of tomorrow and the path we choose today. With the chances we resist and all the words we fear to say. I am the light of the world. You are the light of the world. You are the light of the world. We are the light of the world. Shining through the darkness, we become a blessing seed. Evolving as we seek to know an ever-present need. Starting out with nothing but a heartbeat and a voice. Speaking truth to every person in this moment. Make a choice to be the light of the world as it shines across the sea. To be the light of the world, teaching others how they too can be the light of the world. Living homeless, living free, will be the light of the world that transfigures you and me. The light of the world. The light of the world. The light of the world. I am the light of the world. You are the light of the world. You are the light of the world. We are the light of the world. In the classrooms of tomorrow and the churches of today, finding questions in our answers as we seek a different way. As our hearts are cracked wide open, we'll remember how to give. Finding joy within the hunger, we'll remember how to live and be the light of the world as it shines across the sea. To be the light of the world, teaching others how they too can be the light of the world. Living homeless, living free, will be the light of the world that transfigures you and me. Will be the light of the world to keep that drawbridge down for good. Make the whole world our neighborhood. Will be the light of the world as it shines across the sea. To be the light of the world that transfigures you and me. The light of the world. The light of the world. The light of the world. I am the light of the world. You are the light of the world. You are the light of the world. We are the light of the world.
Only one more.
Or something close to that. What do you feel like?
We should probably do, I don't know what we call the beat, but we should probably do
Song and Praise the Maker.
and that's the next one, so it's easier for the slides.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
So I'm gonna go 1, 2, 1, and 5 is here.
Okay.
1, 2, 1. Why don't you stand and sing with us this beautiful afternoon?
It's a song of praise to the Maker. The thrush sings high in the tree. It's a song of praise to the Maker. The gray whale sings in the sea. And by the Spirit, you and I can join our voice to the holy cry. And sing, sing, sing to the Maker too. It's a call of life to the giver. When waves and waterfalls roar, it's a call of life to the giver. When high tides break on the shore, and by the Spirit, you and I can join our voice to the holy cry. And sing, sing, sing to the Maker too. It's a hymn of love to the lover. The bumblebees hum along. It's a hymn of love to the lover. The summer breeze joins the song. And by the Spirit, you and I can join our voice to the holy cry. And sing, sing, sing to the Maker too. It's a chorus of all creation. It's sung by all living things. And it's a chorus of all creation. A song the universe sings. And by the Spirit, you and I can join our voice to the holy cry. And sing, sing, sing to the Maker too.
Thank you for joining us in song.
Welcome back.
That's fine.
How was that time? Good. Sort of lukewarm, right? That's sort of what I'm getting. It was a lukewarm time, the last 2.5 hours. A little restful, a little time together. Thanks, President Jenny. Hi, are you actually in the room? Put up your hand if you can hear me. And if you're listening. Hi, welcome back. I'm really hoping that people are coming back shortly because in about 5 minutes we're going to be making the presentation around the folks that we're voting on as candidates for ordination, commissioning, and recognition and admitting. So as people are making their way back, we're going to try to fill a few minutes while they wander in. But there's a quorum here, so we'll still make it whether or not they're here. I know that Minnie has some announcements.
Thank you, Graham. like to draw to your attention that there are evaluations either now or very soon they will appear in paper form on your tables. They are also available online at the United Church website. Also on the paper evaluations that will be on your tables, there will be a code that you can scan and fill it out on your tablet or phone if you prefer to fill things out that way. We'd like to hear your feedback. If you loved something or the whole of conference, we'd love to hear about that. If there's something that just didn't seem to be working for you, then we need to hear that too. All the feedback will just really help in terms of evaluating this conference and moving forward. So please take the time to do that for us. A reminder that the celebration of ministry service starts at 10 a.m. here tomorrow. You might want to arrive early, get a good seat, parking, all those kinds of things. Blessings this afternoon.
A quick rundown of this afternoon's schedule for you. Shortly we'll be doing the ballot for the candidates. Then we're going to be celebrating some anniversaries. It's kind of neat to start with one and finish with the other, isn't it? To think about how life unfolds and how people are in the church and in our lives, and they share in some of that. And we have some people on our rolls that have been in active ministry, or in maybe active somewhat, for up to 60, 65, 70 years within our church. So it's kind of interesting to have them around still and to remember them. Then we'll be having the other ballot, the next ballot for the General Council Executive Lay Rep position. Then we'll be hearing some more from the conference executive, their accountability report. And then we will be hearing from our president-elect nominees at about after that. Following that, we'll be moving into some proposal time. I'm going to invite Brenda Fox up. Brenda is the chair of the implementation team, and she'll talk to you about who she is. Who are you?
Thank you, Graham, and good afternoon. As Graham said, I am the chair of the Candidacy Pathway Committee for the conference. I also function as a conference staff person, as project manager for the pathway, because it's in year 3 of its implementation process. So technically it means we're almost done implementing it, but I don't think we'll ever stop learning about what could improve this important work of our conference. You probably also know that the conference looks upon candidacy and preparation for ordered ministry involving 7 key components. They are identifying and call, so responding to people who have felt a call to ordered ministry in some way, help identify them and help them identify themselves. Accompany and equip them, so accompany them through their process of formation and equip them with education and preparation for the work, as well as assess and authorize, and that assess and authorize is done on our behalf by the Candidacy and Admission Board. And I never give up the opportunity to tell you that our Candidacy and Admission Board is absolutely excellent. They are filled with gifts and commitment, and it's a big commitment to interview people throughout the stages of their preparation. And so we are deeply blessed with their work. And last but not least, the 7th component is that of celebration. And that is our key role here as a court gathered on this weekend to celebrate with these persons who have discerned this blessed and challenging call. We always discuss at the candidacy, in the candidacy pathway, that God keeps calling and the Spirit keeps working to bless us with leaders, and that is an amazing journey for us to accompany. So it is my deep privilege and blessing to be able to bring to you this afternoon. You would have heard, hopefully this morning, the candidates speak and share a little bit of their story. If you missed that, because it was first thing this morning, it is on the website, and I would encourage you, if you didn't have a chance in the forum, to spend time with our candidates to take a look at that video later today.
a process thing. We will be doing the ballot, the voting by a ballot, and you will see on that ballot the names that Brenda is going to read in a moment. You will note on the ballot that there's a name that you probably won't recognize. They weren't here this morning. Sue Bryce is a candidate from this conference, has done her process here, has been doing an internship in New Brunswick, and has accepted a call to a congregation in Saskatchewan. Cost prohibits her from being here with us this weekend, and so pending the outcome of this vote, she will be ordained, God willing, by Maritime Conference tomorrow in their celebration ministry on our behalf. Once the vote is back, Doug will communicate with the Executive Secretary of Maritime Conference and let them know the outcome of the decision here. This is not a new thing. It's not unusual. We have done it before, and we help each other out, knowing that it is the Church Universal that gains wisdom and gains from what we do as a conference here and across the church. We will be doing it by ballot. When you have the scrutineers come to your table, just so you know, what they're looking for is your name tags are colored. If you are a voting delegate, your name tag is red. If you don't have a red name tag, you will not be given a ballot. Ballots are for those who are voting registered members of this court. And that's what we used this morning when we voted, and that's what we'll use every time that we do a ballot this afternoon. And the expectation is that whenever we have a vote on the floor, that you have been someone that is sent here, duly elected, authorized, registered. And so Brenda has a motion for us.
So, Madam President, I have 10 motions for the court this afternoon, and I'll begin with, I move, and it's seconded by Scott Swanson, to ordain Sue Bryce to the Ministry of Word, Sacrament, and Pastoral Care. Just move them once.
They're going to do all 10?
Okay. Yeah, okay. The second motion, I move, seconded by Scott Swanson, to ordain Donna Dinsmore to the Ministry of Word, Sacrament, and Pastoral Care. I move, seconded by Scott Swanson, to ordain Hannah Park to the Ministry of Word, Sacrament, and Pastoral Care. I move, seconded by Scott Swanson, to ordain Carolyn Penhale to the Ministry of Word, Sacrament, and Pastoral Care. I move, seconded by Scott Swanson, to ordain Ryan Slifka to the Ministry of Word, Sacrament, and Pastoral Care. I move, and seconded by Carol Cox, that we ordain Jennifer Swanson to the Ministry of Word, Sacrament, and Pastoral Care. I move, seconded by Scott Swanson, to commission Barbara Hansen to the Diaconal Ministry of Education, Service, and Pastoral Care. I move, seconded by Scott Swanson, to commission Jacqueline Sampson to the Diaconal Ministry of Education, Service, and Pastoral Care. And I move, seconded by Scott, to admit Catherine Ransdell to the ordained Ministry of Word, Sacrament, and Pastoral Care in the United Church of Canada. And I move, seconded by Scott, to recognize Derry Bott as a designated lay minister.
So we are voting by ballot. If you would like to take time now to fill those out. Put an X beside everyone that you are voting yes for. Are the ballots handed out? They're coming now. It is. So this is probably not a funny joke. On the bottom two will be chopped off.
Doug Goodwin, President, questions come to our attention so that it's clear. If you leave a blank, that would be considered a negative. Is that what everybody understands? So you put an X beside everybody, which is a yes. You leave a blank beside everyone, that would be a negative vote. If your ballot has not been collected yet, please put up your hand with the ballot in it, and the scrutineers will come by.
Good afternoon. This afternoon, I'm not going to introduce you to specific neighbors on the platform with me, but we're going to celebrate neighbors who have special anniversaries in our midst this year and last year. So we're going to celebrate the anniversaries from 2013 and 2014. And if you are one of those we are celebrating, when your name appears on the screen, would you please stand and remain standing until we've finished the entire group for 2013 and likewise for 2014. So let's see those special anniversaries. And now I invite you to join me in singing our thanks and praise to God for these people and their service to our church.
1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. strengthen and you.
And now our anniversary is for 2014. And tucked into the end of 2014, we've added anniversaries for our conference staff because they don't always stick around a long time. Is that because of who they work for? But there are some special anniversaries among that group this year too, so we celebrate those. And let's also sing our thanks and praise to this group.
We are back to another ballot. It is our second ballot for the General Council Executive Lay Representative for a one-year term. The three names that will be on the ballot that you receive are R.G. Magia, Jean McDonald, just waiting for the slide, and Kathy McMillan is the third name. I'm still waiting for the ballots are coming. You met them all this morning. Mark the 1.
keep your hands down unless you need a ballot at this point. Thank you. Hands up if you need a ballot. Only if you need a ballot.
If you have marked your ballot, you're finished marking your ballot, if you could raise them up so the scrutineers can collect them. Thank you. If I could draw your attention back to the up front. So we're moving into a section of the agenda, the finishing off of the Conference Executive Accountability Report, and Jacob Blacklock is going to recommence that. Thank you, Jacob.
Hello, everyone. So yeah, here we are with part 2 of celebrating our work at BC Conference. So yesterday we heard from the executive, we heard how they handle their work, we talked a bit about listening, we experienced the passion and the joy of the people of BC Conference, the executive of BC Conference, and some of the staff. And today we're going to continue to hear about those people who are doing the good work on our behalf. One of the most important beneficiaries identified by the executive is non-congregational ministries. So this is acknowledging that there's a variety of ministries that happen within BC Conference. There are youth and young adult ministries, First Nations, ethnic, intercultural ministries, chaplains, mobile counselor, housing societies, urban outreach societies, camps, and even hospitals. There's a few more on the screen. There's many more we've heard from tonight, or from the rest of the week. Oh, really? So this is from across the United Church. Some of them are ongoing, some of them are coming to an end, but the BC Conference recognizes that we need to have a different type of relationship with each of these ongoing ministries. Some of them are directly under the supervision of BC Conference. Some are incorporated ministries who have a partnership with BC Conference through United Church policies and law, and others are more loosely connected. At previous general meetings, one of the ministries that we identified as a priority was campus ministries on university campuses. So I was going to have Henry Locke come to speak to you about that today, but since he has since been nominated as a candidate for president, in light of that development, he has chosen not to present. However, I would like to say a few words. As a university student myself, I appreciate the value of this ministry. I'm aware of many young adult students who have never had any experience with communities of faith and are questioning the world and seeking something greater than what is offered to them by the secular world. I believe that the ministry we're offering on campuses is extremely valuable because we are raising up the people who are going to be making the big decisions for the future of the world. By experiencing the type of supportive communities we know in the United Church and being offered opportunities to participate in spiritual practices in the comfort of their own familiar environment is having a tremendous impact on the worldview that these leaders have. So I think we should really celebrate that BC Conference is able to support such a great ministry on campuses. So we won't be hearing from Henry, but we'll keep that in mind. So the service orientation of BC Conference is a key focus, and one of the things that we've recognized that congregations are struggling with is property management and deciding what to do with valuable property they have, or when they're not able to create what they want with the property that they have, and so looking for development options. And so to support these kind of opportunities, the BC Conference has put together a property resource team led by Terry Harrison. So I'm going to invite her to come up and talk about that.
Hello, everybody. I'm so lucky to have the after lunch segment of the program where you're all feeling a little torpid. I hope I can speak loud enough with enough enthusiasm to keep you awake. Oh, let me begin by saying church redevelopment is exceedingly difficult. It takes forever. It's risky, and more times than not, it's not even going to work for you. Why do I do this? I don't know. But here's the good news. Here's the good news, that selectively chosen, thoughtfully approached, and skillfully managed, church development can be beneficial for a congregation that has a clear sense of its mission and purpose. Yes, sir. Do I have a slideshow? I do. I gave it to you this morning. We'll just roll. Who am I? I am Terry Harrison. I provide leadership to the BC Conference's initiative called the Property Resource Team. It's a rather unique initiative. I don't think there's a lot like them across the land. I am the staff person dedicated to this work. I'm the only staff person dedicated to this work, but I don't do it alone. The model for how we approach this work is using sort of an outsource model. We bring in very specialized skills that aren't sort of part of the core skill set of the church, and we contract to bring in those skills as needed on a fairly regular basis. My key consultant in this is from Colliers International. Several of you have met these guys, primarily Justin Harcourt, who works with Colliers. Justin and I have worked together for many years. They're our go-to guys on this. What they bring to this game is this specialty in sort of land use economics. They are business analysts, and they can do property planning and asset management and those sorts of things. So the kinds of skills that really help in the startup of any sort of exploration of redevelopment or any major property transaction. As Jacob mentioned, the service, we are an expression of this service orientation that he talked about. Because we are a service, we are not something you have to use. You're not obligated, if you are undertaking any sort of congregational redevelopment or property consideration, to use this service. But we are there if you want to use us, and so that's been helpful. I think for some of you, I've enjoyed the work. Is it? Oh, good. Property resource team. Who am I? Property resource team. Oh, great. Thank you. Now, where do I point this? You know, I worked in communications. This is the part where I said development is hard. I have backup. The United Church Observer thinks it's perilous. It can be. I'm going to leave this. That's where I talked about the specialists. This is where I talk about my role. My role is process and communications management, although this presentation won't bear me well on that. I work with the congregations. I act somewhat as a translator. Because the technical skills, the real estate lawyers and those land use economic conversations are one language, and the church language, how we do approvals, our values and our framework, is a sort of a different language. So I provide an interface between those two. I also sort of, in terms of process management, try to figure out what steps do we need to take to make this work. And there's this technical process that goes forward, and there's this church process, and then there's this like very human process of adapting and responding to change. And so I try to manage that piece of things. Right now we got a lot going on. We've got several projects. They're big and small projects. The biggest is the portfolio, where we have been working with 6 congregations over the course of the last several years to prepare and enter into a possible agreement with the developer to redevelop their church properties. We're at a critical point with those 6 congregations, and there's many representatives, or I'm sure there's representatives from each of those 6 here in the audience. They'll know that this is an exciting and scary time. And we sort of are, so let's hold them in prayer as we move forward in that process. In addition to that sort of big project, we're trying to do some intake and sort of set up other congregations to do some analysis and early pre-planning with them. And at the same time, we're also trying to do some one-offs, like small projects that take a month or 2 to do. We may have provided you with a property valuation if you've been looking at buying or selling property. Or perhaps we helped out with a business analysis if you were looking at opening a cafe ministry. I wonder who that was. So those are the kinds of one-offs that we can do as well as we're doing sort of these big projects. We're doing some pre-planning, and then we're also trying to do some immediate help and providing advice and service in that regard. Each of these engagements begins with a conversation. As I say, it's a service, so you call me, I don't go looking to you. And we start with that conversation. I sit down with the congregations, typically a leadership group, and we just sort of try to figure out, I try to get a sense of who they are, and they try to get a sense of who they are, and they are talking mission and purpose and trying to get some clarity on that and trying to figure out what the property does to help them or get in their way or inhibit them, those sorts of things. And so that's where that conversation starts. If we can see our way clear in that conversation to move to a technical process, we will do that. If we can't, we don't. Sometimes we start that technical process and see where that'll take us, and we get a few steps down the road and see that that's as far as we're going to be able to go. But those conversations are important. They're an important way to start, and they are important all the way through. The hardest thing about this work is managing expectations. Change is the order of the day. Transformation is on our lips. We are needing to find new and different ways of being and doing church. Property redevelopment is not the solution. It's not a silver bullet. It's not even appropriate in most instances. But it is one thing. It is something. It is one thing. It is one thing amongst many that we need to try. In an age of change, when we're trying to change who we are, when we're trying to figure out what it is we're meant to be, changing our structures, changing our policies, changing our physical space in some instances. But change is hard, and we can't imagine that any one thing is going to be the fix. We've got to try lots of different things. Some will work in combination, some will give us an idea of what we need to adapt, some will work just the way we hoped, and some will not. Some of our efforts will fail. Are we okay with that? That's a question I go to bed with every night. Am I okay if this doesn't work? Because it's one thing to talk about it, it's another thing to stand up here in front of you and confess it. Well, this thing didn't work. Or go and meet with a congregation leadership team or in front of that congregation as a whole and say, we tried this thing and it's not working. That's a hard thing. So I just want to talk about how it's important that we do more than lip service on that point. We don't have control over everything. We don't have control over much at all, in fact. What we have probably some control over are our inputs, where we put our energy and where we put our efforts. And my energy and effort goes into trying to manage a process that has integrity, and then I can just leave the outcomes to be what they will be. I believe that if the process has integrity, the outcome, whatever it is, will be okay. The outcome, even if it looks like a failure, will be okay. Because the process has integrity. Our journey has been one of companionship and connection, and those things are important too. We'll learn lots along the way. Even those so-called failures will just be opportunities for learning. This is going to be hard. Any of those things we try, not just redevelopment, any of those new ministries, that cafe ministry I alluded to, any of those new efforts, those new expressions, to borrow a phrase, are going to be hard. Let's do it anyway. Even if it's hard, let's do it anyway. We're standing on a precipice. This is an important time not to back away from the challenges, but to face them bravely, with faith, with hope, and with a little bit of audacity. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Terry. It's really good to know that we are not alone when it comes to making decisions about our property and that we have access to people who have expertise. So, the other side of property is those times when our congregations have disbanded and we don't need it anymore. And so out of those rotting logs, one sprout of new life that has emerged is what we at BC Conference called Provision. So I'm going to invite Doug Goodwin to come remind us what Provision is, and then he's going to introduce two people who have benefited from it already.
I also have one of those. Oh, there it goes. Who am I? I'm Doug Goodwin, Executive Secretary, BC Conference, and a neighbor to you all, and glad of it. I've just got a little part at this place, part of the financial report, but we wanted to focus on the provision funds and just give you a bit of an explanation of that. I've done this the last couple of meetings. This isn't the first time. So I'm going to go through it relatively quickly, but it's one of those opportunities we have that's still relatively new, and I want to make sure it's kind of in people's heads. The Provision Fund, we named it from the story of Abraham and Isaac. When Abraham went up the mountain at God's call to sacrifice his son Isaac, they got to the top of the mountain, and Isaac said, "Where's the sacrifice?" And God said, and Abraham said, "God will provide." Abraham was ready to slay his son. An angel stopped Abraham and provided the ram for the sacrifice. Even in the face of death or loss, or sacrifice, we still proclaim God will provide. And that story became the basis of the name Provision Fund. We also kind of liked it because it was kind of pro and vision, which is kind of cool as well. The major financial work of conference is divided into 3 categories. One we call core work. That's kind of the stuff you would normally associate with conference, staffing and all that stuff. The other is conference camping, which is primarily the Firkham and Pringle camps and the endowment that supports them. And then our third stream is the Provision Fund. Let me just see what I've got here. I knew it. I'm going to ask you folks back there, Leanne, just to click through, okay? When I say click, that's the first click. Provision Fund, we've defined that in this very complicated way. The Provision Fund tries to fund all that work that's not core work and that's not camping work. Click. High technology, that works. Language, it's a high tech. Usually provided through grants. We're hoping there'll be conference-wide ventures, probably shorter-term funding, although I do say probably because one of our principles these days is stay flexible. Click. Presently, there's 6 Provision Committee funds, 5 for presbyteries and 1 for the conference as a whole. Okay, everybody close your eyes. This is time for prayer. And they say that prayer doesn't work, eh? So, and the presbyteries primarily, we set this up so that presbyteries primarily benefit immediately from these funds, with the total benefit gradually transferring to the whole conference. I'm going to show you how that's anticipate that all happen. Presently, there's about $6.7 million we have in the Provision funds. We have a fund for all of the conference. Now, it's not really for all the conference, but in time it will be. At the moment, it's for all those presbyteries in the conference that do not have other provision funds. And there are others that have provision funds. There's 5 presbyteries that have them at the present time, and you can see the names there. And you can see the amounts in each one. You see that the Olive Conference one on the far right has the least at the present time. Now, over a 10-year period, this is the way the fund works, over a 10-year period, each of those funds gets to spend up to half of their capital and all of their income. So we've calculated approximately how much that will be. So you can see Victoria spent about $0.8 million, Fraser 0.8, Comox Nanaimo 0.8. There's over a 10-year period. At the end of 10 years, whoops, this one first. Because Vancouver Burrard's Provision Fund is so big, they're also supporting the conference fund for the first 5 years at 20% of their income, and the next 5 years for 60% of their income. At the end of 10 years, you'll see that Victoria would have spent about half of, I can't even see the number there. This is the amount of money left in the fund. Yeah, $500,000, $500,000, 0.45, 1 million in Vancouver Burrard. That money all comes across to the conference fund. So in 10 years, all the money that's left in those funds comes across to the conference fund, which should yield about $3.4 million in 10 years. Now that's if nothing changed in the meantime. What we're anticipating and what is happening in the meantime is there's other property sales. And so Victoria Presbytery, we're anticipating Vancouver Broward Presbytery, will also put more money in the provision fund, and we'll have a similar system that allows the Presbytery to benefit, but in time, all that money comes into the conference fund. Remember, the conference fund does not fund the core work of conference. It doesn't fund the camping. It's all that other stuff we want to do. And that will be available for all presbyteries that don't have other funds. So the three provision, so in 10 years, the provision funds would have spent about just over $5 million. About $3.4 million remain in the fund. Again, this is if they're just static, that we don't have any sales in the meantime, so it's just using present figures. That fund will yield about over $150,000 annually without eroding capital, which means that my children, your children, and grandchildren, if they want, will still be able to spend that amount of money without eroding capital. And as I said, we have the ability to add to those funds at any time, probably from property sales, but who knows, there may be somebody who wants to donate a large amount of money. So that's how the provision funds work. If your presbytery has a provision fund, you apply through your presbytery. They have their own criteria, how they want to spend that money. If your presbytery does not have a provision fund, you apply through the conference. We don't have as much money to give away yet, but it's growing, and it'll grow quite a bit bigger soon. And yeah, so that's provision. We have two groups that have benefited from provision funds over the last little while, so we've asked each one to speak to you just briefly about some of the things that are happening.
Jen Cunnings, Vancouver Broward Presbytery, and I have to say it's pretty funny for any of you that know me that I am a part of a financial report. Okay. I'm also a Luddite. Can we go back? There we go. Those of us involved in Camp Spirit are grateful for the support of the Provision Fund. Funds from Provision have helped to enable a dream in 2012 of Kathy Kreider, Pamela Jeffrey, and myself. In 2012, we had 4 campsites in Vancouver. We grew in 2013 to 6 sites with 7 churches involved, including churches in Richmond and in New Westminster. And this year, in 2014, we have grown to 7 sites with 9 churches involved, including Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam, and Maple Ridge. Our vision has been from the beginning to provide a safe, welcoming, high-quality, faith-based, affordable summer day camp experience consistent with United Church theology. Yay! With camps running Monday to Friday, children between the ages of 3 and 4 years of age have the opportunity to participate in a half-day camp experience. Children ages 5 to 11 years of age have the opportunity to participate in a full day camp with before and after care. Youth and young adults have meaningful, engaging, and inspiring employment opportunities. We had 7 full-time staff positions in 2012 and in 2013, and for the summer of 2014, we have 8 full-time positions. Youth are offered leadership training, like at our annual event happening this year, June 26th to 27th at Shaughnessy Heights United Church with Allison Rennie, as well as skills development through opportunities to volunteer at the camps. Camps engage families in the neighboring communities in meaningful, constructive, and inspiring ways. The cost is based on a sliding scale, and we offer bursary funds to anyone who is in need. Along with the before and after care, we offer snacks and lunches every day, making it easier for families to get out the door in the morning. Congregation members of all ages volunteer their gifts of leadership in various activities. And as we all know, with the presence and energy of a community working together, the Spirit is ever present and awe-inspiring. We share the stories of our faith, out trips, outreach projects, engaging in spiritual practices, singing, playing, wondering, and breaking bread together with children in our neighborhoods. Provision monies allow Camp Spirit to offer a day-long program as opposed to just morning. A wonderful opportunity to bring more depth to theme and connections and relationship. Teaming with other churches works so well, sharing of resources, not having to recreate the wheel. By working together, we come away feeling that we are able to accomplish so much more. Being able to receive funds to hire staff is so helpful, with ministry staff and volunteers already working with limited budgets and massive workloads. We are so grateful to Provision support, and not only for Camp Spirit, but also for the annual children's retreat that happens. Ministry with children in BC Conference largely depends on Provision funds. Oh, there's one more. Thank you.
Yeah, go Jen, wonderful. I'm Robin Jacobson. I've been in Canada for 13 years from South Africa originally. The son of Andrew Jacobson, Yakovitz, he was the grandson of a Russian-Finnish Jew, and responsible for taking our family out of the church when I was a child, having embarrassed my mother in the South African Anglican church at a chant that sung Eucharist, let us pray. My father said, okay, loud enough for people to hear. We became Baptists for a while before becoming Presbyterians and arriving in the United Church 13 years ago. I've been at North Lonsdale since then. When we first began our partnership with Sharing Abundance in 2009, we had no idea what a blessing that was going to be to our congregation, thinking that we're going to be doing another community dinner. Sharing Abundance began as the vision of two people, Liz Lindsay and Betty Giddis. Betty's an absolutely fabulous chef, and she's able to find food in the community that's nearing the end of its shelf life and so on, really delicious food, and make amazing meals. From fresh salads and shepherd's pies and lasagnas and barbecue chickens and corn on the cob and roast and veggies and all sorts of sweets and puddings. You ask for recipes and she says, I don't know, they just happen. And these amazing dinners just happen. Every Tuesday night, these community dinners that began with some 80 to 100, 120 people that come together looking for community and to be fed. They're old, they're young, they're single, they're married, they're disabled, they're able-bodied, they're homeless, they're middle class, they come from group homes, they come from SROs, they come from our neighborhood, so they come from our congregation, simply from wherever. A typical Tuesday begins with different teams from our congregation coming together, maybe 20, 30 people divided up into teams. Some in the kitchen, chopping and dicing and cleaning and slicing and cooking and wiping and cleaning. In the auditorium, they arrive early to set up tables and to make the place look warm and homely and making it looking as welcome as they possibly can. Some work at hosting guests as they arrive, making sure that they've got places to stay and to serve food and to be caring and to be a presence with them. Others, like me, just use this as an excuse for kind of doing all of the above, but also schmoozing amongst the tables, delighting in the community and in the new friends that we make there week by week. Very special. Sometimes we arrange entertainers, singers, sometimes instrument players. We even had ballroom dancers come and do little numbers with us, just very blue dancers. That's I don't know what happened there, but a very special time in that way. What's especially exciting for me, more than any kind of community dinner, which whether it's guests or whether it's volunteers that are coming together, deep friendships that are forming in these places. Some folks show up on Sunday mornings, most don't. That's not the point. The point is that they come together regularly looking for community. I come for the community, said one elderly mum with her grandson who's there every week. This is a mum and a daughter, a Muslim, I think, who arrived with a cake one week. They're there every week, but they came with this huge home-baked cake. Is my birthday, she said, and everyone cheered, and there was a wonderful sense of celebration, singing with them and lining up and just celebrating with them in this very, very special place. We don't say grace. We don't speak about Jesus, not intentionally. But I think at the moment this is one of the places in our congregation, and we've got lots of programs and things going on, but this is one of the places where we have such a sense of Christ's presence right amongst us, alive and well. People pay as they are able. We ask for $5. Most don't pay anything. Each year there's a shortfall. But it's thanks to Provision, the Provision Fund, for having kick-started this and for having put in money each year. This year's been the last year that we'll be receiving anything from them, but we'll be putting it as a line item on our outreach budget to make sure that this continues to go. It's good for us. The challenge is that the volunteers, the many volunteers from our congregation that stay involved, keep the eye on the ball and remember why we're doing this. It's good for us. It blesses us to have this activity happening in our auditorium, an opportunity for us to be able to be ministered to by the wider community in this very, very special way. I'm so grateful to the Provision Fund for having made this happen. And yes, thank you very much for listening.
Thank you for those stories. Even those of us that aren't comfortable with understanding the details of the finances can appreciate that responsible management and strategic planning can have positive results. But for those of us who are interested in the money, we are going to hear from Doug Goodwin and the chair of the Finance Council, Mark Petko.
Well, good afternoon. Let me share with you some aspects of my identity. I am Mark Petko, the son of John and Agatha, who came as young children from post-Bolshevik Revolution Russia. They were in a hurry. They got to Alberta with all their relatives, and as soon as they found a place where there were no trees, and there wasn't even a hill where you could see a tree if there was a tree, they settled. It was home, they said. And after experimenting with many churches, I got baptized in the United Church in Hanna, Alberta, in the 7th inning of the World Series between between Brooklyn before they moved and New York. Because Will Gorley, our minister, was a dedicated baseball fan. So here we are. I was struck yesterday by the way in which this court adopted the Pecha Kucha way, so I thought that we could maybe advance on that a little bit or introduce another aspect of the Japanese way. And my way is called Nanaimo. Nanaimo, you could say? Nanaimo in Japanese is 7 sweet potatoes. And I don't know if the mayor of Nanaimo is aware of the fact that his city is called 7 sweet potatoes. I mean, I think it's kind of catchy myself. So, for those of you who have a passion, and many people in this court are known for their passion. For those of you who have a passion in numbers and charts, this is your golden moment. For the rest of you, and we know we should cater to that small minority, I have for you some sweet potatoes. In your agenda and reports book, from pages 81 onwards, you'll see a very good description of what finance really is. And it's the ministry, it's the things that are done with the money. It's what Doug described and what the recipients of the Provision grants described. I mean, if the finance function is the boiler room and we keep the ship going and we keep the people doing the things that make us exist and that we live for, then life is good. So I would draw your attention to that. And I would also say that At the end of the meeting, I think we have some copies of the audited report that we can give you, and certainly if you talk to me, I'm happy to send you that electronically, or we'll arrange for you to get copies of the full details that we'd be happy to make those available. One of the things that interests me, and I've been doing this since I started to get involved with Presbytery, I was quite curious where our church, our congregation, Dunbar Heights, where we fit in. I was quite curious what other churches do. I was quite curious what the trends were. So I started tracking the statistics that come out every year from Tom Statistics Broadhurst in the national office. And you can see here a couple of trends that I think, because the context in which finances of the BC Conference develop, work, and grow is, of course, very directly related to what's going on with our congregations. So you'll see those numbers. As I said, regulars won't be surprised by this. A 27% reduction in weekly attendance. We have now 13,530 people on an average Sunday in about 200 congregations. The median attendance is 60. So we have about 100 churches with fewer than 60 in them. We have 46 churches, by the way, out of 200 that have more than 100 on an average Sunday. So just some numbers. As I said, you wouldn't be surprised by that. The other numbers that I find interesting, and I've titled this "What's Happening to Giving." Two trends stand out for me, especially in the context. Number one, the M&S trend, especially in the context of the Comprehensive Review Task Force and the Fishing on the Other Side report. What you see there is basically a flat line since 2004 in terms of our M&S givings from BC Conference. If you consider that the average inflation rate over that period of time, that 9 or 10 year period, the average annual inflation rate is 1.8%. We would need to be giving to M&S $2.6 million to be even, if you like, or to be giving the same value as we were in 2004. Now, I don't know what the trend is nationally in other conferences. It could be very different results depending on where you are. But it strikes me that that's a pretty dramatic explanation for why we need to do things differently. I think the second trend that interests me is the growth in other income, which is now accounts for, I think, just let me check my figures here. Yes, sorry. I thought did I calculate? Oh yes, I think I did put it on the slide there. What my interest is, other income now accounting for almost 41% of total income, up significantly from 2004. In some urban presbyteries, that figure is much higher actually. But it's a sign of the times, nothing more than that. No judgment expressed, except at what point does the tail wag the dog, I suppose would be the interesting question. And as good church people, we keep our operating expenses under pretty good control. That increase, I use line 40 as a proxy for operating expenses, 17.5 or 9%, it's basically the rate of inflation. So expenses isn't our issue, and I think we all know that as well. Giving per financially household, if you looked at that congregational giving, that orange kind of line there, 22, almost 23 million. The other thing that interests me about that, that works out to about $27 a week, which on an average, which strikes me as a kind of a small amount actually these days. You know, I mean, it used to be that we, at stewardship campaigns in the late 70s, early 80s, we would see if we could get people up to $20 a week, but that's 30 years ago. I'm surprised at that. But on the other hand, giving is quite concentrated in a relatively few families in most churches. So the median income is probably a more significant measure, and we don't have that. That's not something we track. Now, the rest of my sweet potatoes are concentrated on what I'm here to talk about, which is what's going on with conference finance. And again, my intent is to kind of look at a broad picture of what we're doing, and from that we might be able to glean some trends. And we're happy to share details at any time if you wish to talk to us about that. The oddity about this chart, I suppose, or not oddity, but the exception is the 2010 other revenue figure. That was the year that Doug spoke about, the year when the provision funds came in when Vancouver Brard had the property sales. What I'd like to point out here, and I think a number of you will be interested in the Jardine Fund. The Jardine Fund, we were planning for that in the full year of 2014, but there was some $300,000 came in this year. So that's why it's a relatively small amount this year. That will continue to grow. The staff general counsel grants go down partly because they've been going down for every conference, but in our case too, the decision was to use the Jardine funds to make up for that. So I think in 2014, I think our grant will be 100,000 if I'm right, Doug, 100,000 as opposed to 335 in 2013. So you'll see then the investment income and the Jardine fund will become the bigger parts of that block as we go forward. Presbytery allocations are changing only as line 40 changes. That is only as expenses increase in congregations. It's been Doug's view widely and thoroughly presented and to the Finance Council. Our job is only to recommend to him anyway. But Doug makes it very clear that they're beyond the 3%. We're not prepared to go beyond a 3% allocation rate. It's been that way, I think, for 10 years or so, 8 or 10 years. I'm not sure exactly. So the allocations to presbyteries and then to congregations are flat in terms of the rate. So any increase in expenses will affect that total. Looking quickly at the expenditure side, the interesting thing about church finances is they're not complicated, but we sure do have a lot of pockets, and we have a lot of people who have an interest in those various pockets. Not their hands in the pocket, but there is a wide interest in all these things we do. So the category on top of this last block in 2013 represents the committee expenses, that is expenses for 19 committees, plus the presbytery support, the travel and presbytery office support, and some other routine costs. But 19 committees, it's a busy-looking little statement. The investment, and that's the nature of the church. I put the investment fees on there, and we'll talk a little bit more about that. The key about that is their relationship to our net return and the size of our investments. But it's something I think you should be aware of. And the other things, the provision grants that Doug spoke to, and you can see the emergence in 2012, and then you'll see in 2013, and that will grow even bigger as time goes by. And those are the ministry. That's the ministry activity that really counts. We've kind of buried the ministry support in the committee expenses as well, which is a bit unfortunate, but there are so many of them. But I think the important point to monitor is what we're doing for our ministry. How are we advancing the mission of the conference, and how do we advance the missionary and the programs that you all have an interest in and want to support? I put amortization in there just for fun, because I kind of, yellow is the family color. I put it in there because it's not a cash cost, but it's very real. And churches are exceptionally, take great pride in covering the cash costs, but never the real cost totally, because the real cost is the wear and tear. So while that doesn't affect the conference's cash, that yellow block, it is significant. And the reason it's fairly large is because we now have the investment in the camps. So we begin to amortize the cost of those camps, depreciate, if you like, claim capital cost allowance over time. Staff and office expenses, I think it's incumbent, I always feel it's incumbent on us to hold management to account for what they're spending on themselves and their colleagues. The average expenditure, I think over the last 5 years, there's been about a 4.2% per annum increase in staff and office expenditures. And again, when you consider the levels of support that are offered, perhaps not so surprising. Conference assets, and here I've taken a little liberty. You see the yellow block? I love that. But the yellow block technically shouldn't be here, but it represents the net value of real estate held by the Property Development Council, which is owned and run by the conference executive. We have legal reasons why any titles that are conveyed to the United Church in BC are held by the Property Development Council. But for this purpose, there's no bank account for the Property Development Council. Everything goes through conference. The conference executives makes the decision. So you'll see about 14 million there. So altogether, if you add that up, so you see an operating fund, the administered funds, which I'm going to talk a little bit more about, the camp futures in 2 blue blocks. One is the buildings and equipment, and the other is the endowment fund, camping fund that Doug spoke about. So perhaps 33 million or so in that, I think. Is that correct? No, a little bit more, 50 million. It's easy to, what can I say? Anyway, those are the assets. Again, I think you should be aware of what we spend, what we take in, where that money is. I described the administered funds in 2 reasons. One, to indicate that, again, the pockets that the conference has. and the other to specifically look at the significance of provision. These are figures directly from the audited statement for the end of the 2013. So you'll see the various funds in kind of an order there: provision, followed by the money from the former office on West 4th, the mission support funds, which go out in the grants, the Thomas Crosby Fund, which is being actively used to support the mobile counselor, the Cherry Fund, which we use to stabilize the operating budget when things are challenged, and the Archives Fund you'll see, and then there's 18 other funds. So as I said, when you look at our statement, you'll see a lot of detail, and I've summarized it here. And lastly, I wanted to. This is the last sweet potato. I wanted to show you our investments, how they're organized, and you'll see the blue block is our fixed income, and most conservative funds, and certainly most people's pension monies, emphasize that investment or have historically. And the other colored items, except for the green block, are equities divided between the Canadian market, US, and international. And the green slight slice, we've just begun recognizing that these funds, as Doug described, are going to be around for quite a while. They're not formally endowment funds, which means you can only use the principal, but we expect the term to be fairly long term. We decided that and on the advice of our fund manager, it would make some sense to put some money in alternative investments, which a lot of endowments and pension funds are doing. Things like infrastructure, real estate, and private-public partnerships that yield a better return. The objective here, and this really came from Doug, was to say, how do we generate higher returns consistently so that we have more money available to fund the grants and to fund the programs? And we think this is a pretty safe way to go. It's 10%. So you'll see there it's approximately 50-50 at the moment, equity and fixed income, but there'll be eventually that 10% component. We invest in pooled funds through Connor Clark and Lunn, and that gives us some protection because they have a lot of investors acting for them. Some of these investments are more liquid than they would be if we invested in them directly, these alternative investments. So that gives us some protection. And Connor Clark and Lunn has a reputation as being a particularly conservative kind of investment management company. I put our returns down there too because I think that's important for us to know. Since 2009, an average annual return of 8.4%. We pay 0.68% of the average sum invested as a management fee. So we think we're quite well served by that, and believe your investments are in good shape. So I think, Madam President, as done before you are. Anyway, thank you.
I just have a question. Is this information available somewhere to repost your slides?
Happy to do that. I'm happy to do that. Sure.
I was just asking him if that information is available to you elsewhere, and so we'll have it posted on the website if you're interested in getting more into that. So we've heard an overview of a lot of the work of the BC Conference. This has been the communication from the executive to the people of conference, and know that the communication from all of you to the executive is ongoing. We are here, we are listening to the discussions that are happening in the proposals. We're having conversations with you always, not just this weekend. There was a great forum discussion in the executive forum this morning. Some potent questions were raised that will continue to pervade the work of the conference executive. So I hope you found this informative, and goodbye.
Thank you. Thank you, Jacob. Is Lauren Hodgson in the court?
She might be here at the end.
Okay. So now we're going to meet some more of our neighbors. It's the president-elect interviews, and that's exciting. So we will prayerfully listen and listen with open hearts.
I am the lovely Leslie Sterling. And this is my partner in crime, Leslie Ross. And it is our pleasure today to measure up, so to speak, the candidates. So we would invite them to come forward. If we're doing it alphabetically, we have Henry Locke and Blair Odney and Keith Simmons. They have no idea. No idea. So anyhow, we figured that what they hired us to do at a great cost, I must add. If it was my presbytery, we wouldn't be spending that kind of money. But you do get what you pay for. So we're here to check to see if they measure up. No, Leslie. We're not checking to see if they measure up. We're sizing them up. No, that's still not it. We're trying to get a clear picture. It isn't that it's a beauty contest, which is quite evident. Is we want to see what's inside. In their ear.
Oh dear.
We want to see what makes them tick, Leslie. Well, perhaps what we need to do is to just let them talk. Yes. We didn't bring a microphone. So, like the earlier contestants in the pageant, this would be called the fishbowl question. I have a question for the three of you, and we'll give you some time to answer it. But if you go too long, I may have to smack you on the back of your heads. We're just getting a microphone. My husband would find this really interesting because I don't usually let him talk.
Leslie, I can't see yours.
You can't see what? Oh, all right. You mean, okay. So now Keith and Blair have to change so that we're still in alphabetical order. What are you going to do, eh? Yes. Okay, so then we'll have them stand up and we'll pull one chair out. See what happens. So we'll start with Henry. And the question that I have for you is, what do you envision will be your focus for your term as president?
Thank you, Leslie. Everybody can hear me? I moved because I could hardly see this corner of the room, sitting behind the platform there. What do I envision for my term as president? As many of you know, I work within a university context. So the kind of people that I work with are academics, students, staff that work in a very complex institutional organization. And of course, it's an educational organization. And I work with students, mostly, who I would call spiritual but not religious. And the challenge that I've had over the many, many years is to find ways to appeal to that particular group and to offer the resources of my faith tradition, the United Church, a way of being in the world, to them as a resource. So practices around spiritual knowing, learning, community, service, those were the kind of things that I have offered. And my focus has been very much on offering spiritual practices So not so much about thinking about stuff or theological discussions or even articulating concepts around worldview, but offering students the practices of our faith. I am a practitioner of a contemplative path within the Christian tradition. I do a lot of meditating. I find ways to go inward and open myself up to the presence of the Spirit within my own consciousness. And I follow, I think, in the path of Jesus, who modeled for us to enter into that deep, profound awareness of God, of the sacred, in his own life. Even saying to us that there was a oneness in that life that he lived in relationship to the ever-presence of God all around us. I think what I would offer the conference is that practice of contemplative presence, of finding ways to be present to that. The other two things I would offer as well, I work within a multi-faith context. So I work with people from Buddhist, Muslim, Baha'i, Jewish, and other faith traditions, other Christian traditions as well. So my daily practice is to work with people from diverse worldviews, as well as the secular worldviews and the diverse views that are there within an academic context. So I would bring skills to the task of working with that diversity. The third thing that is deeply and close to my heart is the work and the potential and the gifts that youth and young adults give to our community. And that has been a major commitment of my life over all these years, to the extent that I will even go and sleep on church basements this coming summer as we go to Rendezvous, and I'm going to be chaplain at the Youth and Young Adult Conference there, as well as offer some workshops and so forth. But I just have such a sense and such a heart for the young people for whom this is a complex world, and for whom we are able to offer resources from our tradition that will help them live more effectively in this world, which is increasingly complex and even dire in terms of what we are hearing in terms of the future, what may be coming to us.
Thank you. The second, Blair Odney, and I will repeat the question. What do you envision will be your focus for your time as president?
The verb is envision, so there's something about seeing. And in this moment, I see very faithful people gathering together over a 4-day period. And I envision that this body will be effective in its work, in all aspects of its work. I actually have a passion for governance and good governance. I'm interested in this court engaging with how the policies that drive the conference. I'm excited about us talking about what's important to us as a body, and actually having rich conversations about the things that actually enliven the staff and empower the staff. I bring some experience in policy governance in my own congregation. So that's the first thing that I see. I also see myself involved in the work of development. I'm in a congregation that is in property development. I have some great learning from that experience. And one of the first things I heard Terry Harrison say is that property development works when a congregation is clear about its vision and purpose. And so I'm really interested in conversations about who they are and whose they are in the particular context that they find themselves. And that being the conversation that drives any other conversation about mission. Sometimes I think we get into development because it looks like a cash cow or it looks like an easy fix, and if we don't start with who are we and whose are we first, we will get mired in kind of a mess of weird decision making, and actually we get ourselves into trouble with one another. So I bring two of those things: a passion for good governance and a desire for this court to function well, not only as we gather, but when we don't gather, and when we're considering the work of what conferences do, particularly in light of the changes that are coming. And I'm really interested in how congregations undertake new mission and ministry in their contexts. So that's what I see.
Thank you. Keith Simmons, can you please tell me, what do you envision will be your focus for your term as president?
Well, I've been thinking about this for a while, actually. For some reason, I thought I might be up here. And the first thing I wanted to talk about is what an honor and a privilege it is to be here with these two men whom I have been in ministry with as long as I've been in ministry, and longer in Henry's case. I remember doing youth and young adult work with Henry and meeting Blair at Candidacy and Admissions Board, and all of you at conferences, and the kind of community that we model together is what I'd like to focus on. I would like the world to focus on. I'd certainly like British Columbia to focus on that together we model something that's quite different. Together we model an attentiveness to God and to one another that is an antithesis to the rest of the world out there. When we're talking about pipelines and we're talking about social justice, we're talking about poverty and food security, what we're really talking about is a world that is upside down, a world that Jesus came to remind us that we lived in, a world built on a covenant relationship that is quite different, that is something possible and achievable, that we can do this because we are already doing this. We're already doing this in every congregation and every part of the province. We already model this. What I would do in my time would be to go out and hear the stories and bring them back not just here where we probably already know them, although I don't think we know them enough, but to the communities around us so that they can know them, so that hope can live again, so that once again we can see ourselves as a people capable of anything, even responding to God's call in times like this, in a place like this one, because we already are. That's what I do.
So I'll just repeat those three names for you: Henry Locke, Blair Audney, and Keith Simmons. You can do the wave. It's called smearing the peanut butter. And I'd like to thank them very much for offering their time to us, and I look forward to the results.
And before they leave, we're going to pray for them. Hope that's okay. Let us pray. God, you sometimes make the path clear in front of us, and yet we know that we will be faced with the task of choosing one who ignites our hearts within us, that calls us to have them be in leadership with us in this specific way as President-elect of BC Conference of this United Church of Canada. Bless each of these men, Henry, Blair, and Keith, as this court discerns the will, the Spirit moving as we listen to the call and see that path come clear. God, grant us grace and wisdom and keen insight. We pray in the name of your beloved, our neighbor, our friend, Jesus. Amen.
I'd like to call Warren Hodgson forward, please. So Lauren has to take leave of our meeting, but I thought it would be fitting to pray with her and for the Comprehensive Review Task Group's work. And so if that is okay, Lauren, I would invite us into a time of prayer. Let us pray. God, we know that we are facing times of great change, that we are facing newness and new possibilities, but sometimes it is hard to navigate the water of change, to navigate that lake of roiling waves. We ask that you help us all to have strength and courage and vision to see that sometimes it's okay to be tossed about a little bit so that we get to the shore that we need to be on. And so we lift up our own concerns for this time of change, and also a time of great hope and great positivity. And we lift up in prayer all the people on the Comprehensive Review Task Group, all of their listening, all of the work that they have done previous to now, and all the work that we'll continue to do as they continue to gather our words and our thoughts and our hopes and our dreams, and somehow bring it to some form of consensus and plan. It is a monumental task that we have given them, that we have charged them with. And we know that they do it with great, great care, prayerfully discerning your will in all of that. And we lift up our neighbor, Lauren, the daughter of our heart of this conference. And we give you thanks for her ministry among the wider church with the task group, for her ministry back home, and just for the person she is. God grant her courage and strength, a discerning heart, and all of the work that she does for the change in our church, change that we need and want and will thrive because of. So God bless Lauren on her journey home. Amen.
Amen.
So we announce this. No. Oh, I should have turned my microphone off. Dangerous. So I am pleased to report that the vote we took, the ballots on the candidates, that everybody has been said a hearty yes to, and so we celebrate that fact, and we will look forward to ordaining, commissioning, welcoming, and recognizing all of them tomorrow. So thank you, and yay, let's celebrate that.
The ballot that will be coming out right now will be for the president-elect. We just met Henry, Blair, and Keith. Again, the process is if you are a voting delegate to this conference, you get a ballot. You need to have your voting card prepared so that they can give it to you. Mark the one person that you would like, and we will continue to have a ballot until there is a clear majority winner person elected. And so, Madam President, if it's time for the scrutineers to do that.
If you do not have a ballot, put up your hand. Only if you do not have a ballot yet. Put up your hand so the scrutineers can see you. If you've marked your ballot and they're ready to be picked up, you can raise your ballots over your head, and the scrutineers will get them. Thank you. Once again, put up your hands if you have a ballot that has not been collected yet. Thank you.
So we are going to move into our time for proposals, and we're going to, so I would invite you to listen to Graham.
Thank you, Madam President. The proposals you will find on your table, we have two left to deal with. They are 2014-04 and 2014-05. We will begin with 04. It is called Faithful Public Witness with Palestine and Israel, and it comes from members of this court who gathered together and came up with some thoughts and conversations about what they would like us to talk about. It is a for conversation proposal. So again, we will, when the President is ready, open the floor to do that. The proposal is, how can we offer faithful public witness in the ongoing situation of the Israeli government building illegal settlements in the West Bank and destroying Palestinian property, including the recent, on Monday, May 19th, 2014, bulldozing of the Nasser family farm, also known as the Tent of Nations, which was about 1,500 fruit trees, where Palestinians, Jews, and internationals have worked together under the vow, we refuse to be enemies. And how can we be in solidarity with Palestinian Christians and with those who wish to work together for a just society for both Palestinians and Israelis? And so, Madam President, I place that on the floor as a conversation proposal.
Is there someone from that group that would like to introduce this or say a few words about this proposal? To begin the conversation. Mic number 3.
My name is David Boyd from Kootenai Presbytery. I'm your neighbor. I'd like to tell you a little bit about Daoud Nasser, who is also our neighbor, the owner of the Tent of Nations farm, which is just outside of Bethlehem. Last Monday, a week ago, 1,500 fruit trees were destroyed by the military. They were bulldozed over. What's interesting and unique about Daoud Nasser is that his grandfather took the extraordinary step, and I say extraordinary because we visited a number of us who were on this proposal, were part of the Naramata Center tour to the Holy Land last fall, in conjunction with the Sabeel Palestinian Liberation Theology Center in Jerusalem. We met with some farmers in Jayus who are separated from their land by the separation wall. And they talked about their ownership in terms of family names and how difficult it is to prove that ownership. What was unique about Daoud Nasser and his family is that his grandfather, before the fall of the Ottoman Empire in 1917, took the extraordinary step of having the land registered. It was registered in Hebrew, in Arabic, and in English, because it was fairly clear that Britain was going to be the custodians of the land after the Ottoman Empire was crumbling, as they knew in 1917 and could make that prediction. So they had that land registered, and the land was owned by Daoud Nasser's family. Daoud, as I learned, is Arabic for David. And so we made a connection. We spent a wonderful afternoon there, had lunch, enjoyed the hospitality, and it's become a place for people to gather, mostly young people from all around the world, from different cultures, different traditions, who come to talk about peace, who come to talk about what it means to live together in community. And one of the Psalms that is representative of that community is Psalm 133, how good it is when sisters and brothers live together in community. And so what we wanted to do is tell the story of Daoud Nasser and his family a little bit, and some of the farmers, Palestinian farmers who live in the occupied territories, and the struggles that they face with uprooting of olive trees and apricot trees and grapevines and almond trees and apple trees, because they too are our neighbors, and we want to tell their story, and for them to know that we are all part of this global community as we are global neighbors.
Thank you for opening the conversation. Would anyone else like to be a part of this conversation? Microphone number 2.
Juanita Austin, Sycamoose United Church. And I started handwriting this yesterday, but I'm not feeling 100% today, so I missed the moment of, here it is. So thank you, David, for giving some background. Last September, I went to Naramata Center to the Western Women's Conference, and I had absolutely no intention of ending up in Palestine and Israel 2 months later. But Natalie Maxon gave a brief introduction to a group that she was taking, and she began by talking about how disturbing it was to know of Palestinian children as young as 12 years old being arrested and imprisoned. And she said it reminded her of the First Nations children in Canada who were rounded up, put into cattle cars, and sent off to residential school. And at that time, the hand of God gave me a smack on the side of the head and said, you need to go. And we are living with what we didn't know, and no one was telling us about our own First Nations children. And I think when people like the United Nations or the Dalai Lama are the ones that are telling us what we have done to harm our own people, then we have to know that our voice is important. And when we see harm being done in another place, then we need to speak out. And I know if I wanted to say the whole thing would be far too much, so just knowing that just a few days ago, the bulldozing of these orchards is just symbolic of what's been happening all around the Palestinian area. So I just want us to hold that and know that. The big zero there.
Microphone number 1.
I'm Jay Olson, interim minister and member of Vancouver South Presbytery. I was honored to be asked to put my name on this because it keeps me connected with my brothers and sisters and friends in the Middle East. When I visited with Dr. Mitri Raheb at the International Center in Bethlehem. For those of you who don't know Mitri's work, he's very well known internationally, a Palestinian Christian pastor, and has done a lot of writing. So I commend his work to you. Mitri talked about living in Bethlehem at the time of the siege when a lot of building work had been done with the International Center, and Israeli military came in and bulldozed it down. And I said to Mitri, how do you keep doing this? You know, you build something, it gets torn down, you build it, it gets torn. How do you keep doing this? I don't know any of us in North America with that, at least as Anglos in North America, with that kind of persistence. And he said, because, Jay, we're Christian, and we're people of hope. And he said, the call is to hope when there is no reason to hope. He said, what we would like you to do is stand with us in this hope and keep telling our stories. So that's what I have made an attempt to do, however minimally I have done that. Been through these conversations with the Presbyterian Church USA at a variety of levels, and then with the General Council. And the sense of hopelessness in our conversations comes up and says, but what is it we can really do? Nobody's really listening to us. Nobody really cares. Are we going to make a difference with the Harper government or not? And for me, all of that is quite beside the point. If my sisters and brothers in this area, where there's plenty of reason to feel a sense of hopelessness, are hopeful and are asking us to join our voices with theirs, who are we not to do so?
Microphone number 2.
Elaine Patterson from Grand Forks. I serve on the Peace and Justice Group, and we have talked about this at church, and I've read many articles regarding this. When Gary Patterson toured the Kootenays, I saw him in Castlegar. I raised this issue because Harper has made a statement that Canada will support Israel only. And the United Church had made that we would refrain from buying things produced in the occupied lands and support Palestine and Israel and stop the invasion of Israel into Palestinian territory. What I wanted was National Council to come out and make a statement saying that both of these countries deserve a right to their land. Israel was granted land with a charter, and I think we should we should support Palestine in having the land that they originally possessed.
Did you see?
So just a reminder, process-wise, even though we're in a conversation type of proposal, it behooves us as a court not to show appreciation for what people have said, because it may be different than what someone else is going to say. And even though we're not in a debatable type of motion, it would be appropriate for us not to clap after speakers, please.
Microphone number 1.
Jane McDonald from Fraser Presbytery. I too had an opportunity to visit Israel and Palestine a number of years ago with the Naramata Group, and I am also a member of the United Network for Justice and Peace in Palestine and Israel, which is a network of United Church people and friends that are interested in supporting peace and justice in Palestine and Israel. We do not speak for the United Church, but we speak to the United Church about these issues, and we have a table outside. This proposal asks what we might do concretely. One of the things you can do is you can go over to our table and you can pick up the reading list, and you can look at the Yinjapi website, and you can sign up and become more actively involved that way. You can promote the United Church economic actions, which were passed at the General Council 41, where we said that we would encourage members of our church and others not to purchase any products made in the occupied territories. That includes SodaStream pop machines, that includes Ahava cosmetics and toiletries, and it includes Ketterer plastics. Those are concrete things we can do. Those are things that will have an impact. We know from the broader BDS movement, which technically we are not part of, that the economic impact is being felt in Israel, and it is causing people to pay attention, to make people aware that there are others in the world who are concerned about what's going on. So if you're looking for some concrete things to do, that's what you can do.
Microphone number 3.
Oh, hello. I'm Carolyn Ronald from Plura Hills Church in Kamloops. And I want to explore this perhaps a little more broadly. I make no excuse for the violence perpetrated against the Palestinians, yet at the same time I ask us to have some compassion for the underlying fear which drives our Jewish brothers and sisters in Israel. Many centuries of having been picked on, pogroms, and Holocaust. And so there is a deep fear, particularly when radical groups speak of pushing Jews into the ocean and wiping them off the map. I am sure that kind of fear underlies the actions taken militarily by the Israeli government. And so I wonder what we can be doing as part of the Judeo-Christian tradition in dialogue with our Jewish brothers and sisters to reassure them that we understand and empathize with the history of their struggle to be recognized, and their legitimacy and their right to exist, and at the same time find a way perhaps to facilitate a dialogue that addresses their basic fears of being persecuted again, which I believe could be the underlying driver behind this conflict. Thank you.
I'm going to go back to microphone number 3.
Thank you. Gerald Hobbs, Vancouver Broward Presbytery. As I look at the motion, I find myself wondering why anyone would oppose conversation around what is going on in the Middle East in a quest for a better understanding, such as the previous speaker has just articulated. The answer, of course, to that question is that we Christians carry such a historical sense of guilt for the wrongs done to the Jewish people that we are exceedingly reluctant to speak at all. And I had such a colleague for many years on the faculty at VST. I assure you, in the 40-some years since I began teaching in 1971, I have taught Christian anti-Semitism, and my concern for this issue is in no way motivated by some deep inner resentment against the Jewish people. But we must, as Christians, speak out against the cynical, and I underline that, cynical use of Christian guilt and misguided Christian theologies of Zionism that serve Christian purposes, namely Jesus will return when all the Jews are back in Israel, ergo we support the state of Israel. We've got to speak out against that, and positively, and it is for this reason that I spoke at the last General Council as one of your delegates in seconding the motion, express to those Israelis who have been vocal against the oppression of the Palestinians by their own state all these many years, they are growing discouraged because there are no voices coming from us. We have been silent. Let's be silent no longer.
Microphone number 2, and that's going to be the last.
Sharon Coatman, Van Berard Presbytery. I'm a friend of Mariana Harris, who is part of this group and has brought this movement to many people's hearts and minds. And I'm also friend to, and have been all my life, Jews. I have Jewish personal friends. And so folks have asked me, as I've preached about this issue and promoted the actions that are behind this conversation, how can you be friends with Jews? And how do they feel about this? Actually, there are many Jews who promote this. There are Jews, Rabbi David Mivasar in Vancouver stood on the corner in front of London Drugs as we were anxious about people buying SodaStream from London Drugs. So we don't need to consider that we are taking an action that is perceived as anti-Semitic by all Jews if we speak up against this concern. The concern is for humanity. The concern is for the right of every person in this earth to have a place that is their home. And that includes Jews, it includes Palestinians, it includes all of us, it includes our First Nations. And I think about the movement that the world took to raise the issue of the same kind of action that was happening in South Africa towards...
Oh. Is the microphone number 2?
Go to number 3.
Go to another, yeah, thank you.
When we undertook to not buy grapes that were grown in South Africa. It seemed like a very small thing to do. Not everyone did it by any means, but it did make a difference. So we may come to feel hopeless about something. This issue may be one of those things we think we can just stand in confusion about, but we need to be having the conversation, and we can make a difference.
I want to thank you for the conversation and encourage you to continue that conversation outside of this court time, and thank you for it. Graham?
I would say that what we've heard is that there are some places and people that are passionate about this, and you may have seen their faces just now. There's a table you can go to. How we can continue the ongoing work is by continuing to talk about it, by continuing to have these conversations. And because this is a proposal for conversation, we will move on to proposal 2014-05, the conversation having been had. 2014-05 is clearing a pathway for visionary leaders at BC Conference. This is a proposal that wants to have a conversation here at this court about creating a minimum of 20 designated spaces for people to participate as voting delegates in BC Conference based on their vision for the future of the church in the world, regardless of congregational membership status or involvement with presbytery. The group would gather for 2 days before conference to vision, dream, imagine, and network, followed by participation in the conference, and I will clarify, conference general meeting. This would require an active campaign to inform and recruit individuals that will be required. Christina Kinch, did you want to start? Or Madam President, that's your job.
Yes. Microphone number 1.
Shall I try? Oh, there I am. Okay, I'm Christina Kinch. I'm from Vancouver Burrard Presbytery. So part of the thinking and the background behind this motion, as I was coming to conference, I ended up talking to a number of people that said, oh, you're going to conference. Great, I would love to have the opportunity to be there. But they're not people that are necessarily connected to a congregation and haven't worked their way up in our church courts to then be connected to presbytery and then have an invitation to this meeting. So some of the people we're calling kind of the diaspora, or the people on that second loop. It's on the diagram, it's under background on your proposal, and Gary's talked about that second loop. Some of the visionary folks that are connected to our church but not necessarily connected on a congregational type level. So the idea of this proposal is to create 20 spaces, which I think is actually quite a conservative number, for folks to have an opportunity to come because of their vision for the future of the church, not because of their previous involvement in the church. This visionary group would gather for 2 days before the conference so that they could learn about what are these systems of the church, because many of them are folks that have stepped out of the church because the institutional structure is difficult to move through. So we both educate people around some of those systems, as well as vision, dream, and imagine, and perhaps put a couple of proposals forward. So that time of having an idea, putting a proposal forward, and having a large body to discuss it and to vision and imagine together, that would be shortened, and that bureaucratic process wouldn't feel quite so long as sometimes it can for folks that are dreaming and imagining a way forward.
So the conversation has been started. Would other people like to join? Microphone number 3.
Sandra Nixon, Vancouver South Presbytery. It's a question about process. If this is a proposal for conversation only, I'm wondering what happens if the conversation is leaning positively towards this idea. How does this concept, what's the decision-making process around this concept?
So my understanding would be that if it's leaning towards a positive feeling around this proposal, this conversation, that then it becomes the work of the executive, and the executive would follow through on this in some manner. Is that correct, Doug?
Yes. The concept of the conversations of this court is there's a lot of people listening. The executive is certainly listening. I am. I just opened a file to take notes on this conversation, and you're listening. And if something inspires you or sparks you and you get ideas of how this might be followed up, you can do that in a very informal way by calling people or phoning or writing, or you can do it in a more formal way by sending an actual a clear proposal to the executive. So you can follow through in any manner you wish. The advantage of starting as a conversation rather than a real clear proposal is it gives us the opportunity to talk in broad ways without really working on the details, which we might have difficulty with. But the concept, let's get the concept out there, get the ideas down, and then pass them on in whatever way you like.
Microphone number 1.
Kimiko Karpoff, Westminster Presbytery. I was very excited when I saw this proposal this morning on my table. I was involved a couple of years ago with an organization in Vancouver called Spirited Social Change, which was a place where people who name themselves as spiritual but not religious, for lack of something better, but in fact many of them not even that. People who are people of faith and spirit who don't connect to any faith community but long for and dream about a place where they can come together to be spiritually nourished, to do work in the world, in justice and in community. And I was so inspired by that, I went to all of their meetings. I wrote a letter of support for the Provision Fund grant that they received a few years ago. And this, for me, was a place that was, in many ways, more church than church was. And at the same time, I was involved in conversations in my presbytery with churches that were visioning the future. And one of the things that I became very aware of is that the people who were there at those meetings are the people who didn't leave, and that they love what is here now, and they could hardly even imagine what could be possibly different. And the people who could imagine what could be different had left and weren't in those conversations. And so when I saw this, this is how we get those conversations and the passions for the people who they can't see how it can work in what we have now, and what the people who were there in the conversations of what we have now can't see how it can work outside, and we need to bring those voices together. So I really, really was excited, and I'm glad that this conversation is happening.
Microphone number 1.
Rosemary Collins, Vancouver South Presbytery. I wrestled quite a bit with this proposal. I can see there's quite a few logistical difficulties with it in terms of determining nominees and process. But in a period of tremendous change that we are going through in this church right now, I think it is absolutely vital that we have some of these alternative diaspora voices as part of that process. We are trying to remake ourselves, and many of the people who are involved, well, people in the United Church, there's a status quo thing going on. I'm not saying, just saying that there's always, in a process of change, the friction between the people who want to maintain the status quo and the people who want change. And so I think to bring some alternative voices in helps to flesh out where the change might need to come from or in what form it might take, so that we don't get so entrenched in the status quo that we really don't change anything. That's just what I wanted to contribute.
Microphone number 2.
Stephen Chambers, Vancouver South Presbytery. Those of you who know me a little bit would know that I've been pretty institutional, pretty much a part of the United Church as institution. And my experience, however, is shifting, and all of us are experiencing a lot of that shift and change, and part of that for me has come from experiencing people who are asking questions about the church, who are new to the church, who are in this area that has been described as the diaspora. And I think this is a very exciting proposal. I think that the executive should listen to this wisdom very carefully, should find ways for the institution and the court's membership, the next time it meets, to be flexible enough for this kind of proposal, this kind of voice, this kind of experience to be part of the annual meeting. It poses the possibility of being enormously rich and enormously critical to our life as the church going forward. And so I say break open and let this happen.
Microphone number 3.
Yes, my name is Robert McDonald from Comox Nanaimo Presbytery. The little chart that goes with this particular proposal, I've seen it once before. I saw it presented by Gary Patterson at Epiphany. Basically, this little chart, it's a change chart, and I did some change management work back in the aerospace business in the 90s, so change is not exactly a new thing. If you continue to do everything the same as you've always done it before, and we've heard some resistance to change, some uncertainty about change, I think, if I recall, it's a definition of insanity. Keep doing the same thing as you've always done it before, but expect a different result. So in effect, if you look at that little curvy chart, if we keep doing everything the same, look at option 3. It's called hospice mode. That may be a valid outcome for the church. What we need is some new ideas, some new way forward. If you inject people who are outside the system into the system, you may get some new proposals. Thank you very much.
Microphone number 2.
Shelley Stickle-Miles, Kootenai Presbytery. I just had a thought to add to the discussion. I was thinking of myself as someone outside the church coming in before the conference, perhaps not knowing a lot about it. Would a possibility that would offer maybe more reflection upon us be if that group of people were invited to be part of the conference and meet afterwards to give us a really intensive evaluation and critique? Just a thought.
Microphone number 1.
Michelle Slater, Victoria Presbytery. I'm pretty excited about this possibility, and I'm actually I I was actually imagining that what we were doing yesterday, the Machu Picchu, Hakuna Matata, Pakachuka, Waka, that was the kind of time that we would really intentionally invite those kind of people to do that kind of 721. To me, that would be really exciting. And then if there was a kind of an open space follow-up afterwards, I'd be very excited about that. I'm not so sure about bringing people who are outside of the culture to bring some kind of other proposal. I think that could lead us just to a real kind of parallel sense of frustration or even conflict. But another kind of engagement, like the presentations and maybe open space or World Cafe or something, would be great. My suggestion.
I would like to just see where everyone is on this. I would like you to take out your colored cards, and if you could indicate with those whether you're warm or cool to this conversation, this proposal. Well, I'm sensing that we're quite warm to this proposal. Thank you. Thank you. Is there anyone that held up a blue card would like to share with us that? Microphone number 3.
Eric Stephenson from Vancouver South. I really appreciated Doug Goodwin's initial couple of lines in his president's report in the document that we had, in which he said that if you look for the purpose of conference in any of the resources for the United Church, what is it that we accomplish here? There wouldn't be much of an answer. And for me, I love the idea of conversations, and I love the stimulus of all of this kind of stuff, but I have to say, well, so you get 20 people together, how do you decide who and who pays, and what is it that they would actually do then here, when we ourselves have so few proposals to actually discuss and decide? I'm not opposed to it. I like the idea of meetings and decisions and so on and so forth, but I don't know that we'd be restricted from that idea if we said no to the idea of including a bunch of people who are not part of the church into this meeting. So I would say, why not just have those meetings? If someone wants to get a group of 20 or 30 or 40 together to discuss what the church needs, let's just do that. We don't have to wait for approval or agreement from the conference. So I find it very puzzling, because I'd say, well, okay, so how would it work and who would it do? And thanks.
Microphone number 3.
Erin Sterling from Victoria Presbytery. I feel a little guilty for holding up a blue card, so that's why I have to talk. Our presbytery has been working with Chris Corrigan, a consultant who has taught us all about this double loop theory and has been encouraging us as we developed our provision fund criteria. And I'm really excited about finding all the places where the Spirit has begun new work in the community, and we're struggling to catch up with that. My problem with the proposal is that, number one, it seems like the best way to kind of kill excitement and new ideas is to bring people to a conference. But the other piece is that what I'm beginning to understand about new ministry development is that it's very contextual. And so I'd really encourage, especially those presbyteries who have provision funds, and I know our provision fund criteria is all about trying not to do what we've always done and to seek out new forms of ministry. So I'd really encourage presbyteries to, get to know all of your neighbors, seek out those people on the margins who might have ways to inform us about how we could be more faithful Christians, and invite them into regional conversations. Ask for their ideas, invite them to your presbytery meetings, hopefully that won't kill them, and seriously invest in that, rather than thinking about that we're going to have a once every 2 years, 2-day gathering of people from across the conference. So, thank you.
Microphone number 1.
Gail Glover, Comas Nanaimo Presbytery. I actually held up both cards, and because I like parts of the idea of having people who have not traditionally grown up in the churches in the way that I have, to come and to be with us. However, I have some concerns about the emphasis on them having to be voting people, because I think the vote is not always the most important thing. The voice is. And so if we can hear those voices, so I really appreciated what Michelle Slater was suggesting in inviting some people to come to observe and to participate with us for a while, and perhaps towards this point in a conference when they've already been with us for the first part of it and a couple days before, to then reflect with us and share that information and perspective. I think we could learn from that. The other concern I have is, having been part of a similar kind of thing a number of years ago, in a different conference, and where the weight of the people who were brought in was the voice of those folks was given, in the view of many, not necessarily myself, but partially, that a disproportionate emphasis, that we were afraid to say, no, we don't like your ideas, they're not going to work because of a whole bunch of reasons, or disproportionately, yes, because we think that this is really going to go well. It was that kind of sense of, how do you weigh it in a healthy kind of way and be open to what they have to say that we can hear. Thank you.
Microphone number 2.
I held a blue card just because I need more clarity, need more discussion about it. I don't understand just the proposal was given. So I just wasn't comfortable saying, yes, I like the idea, but I'm not clear what we're aiming at.
Microphone number 3.
Blair Odney, Van Berard Presbytery. I actually quite like the idea, and I'd like it to actually be advanced into a process. I like this. This is policy shaping. This is actually what the court ought to be doing, and I'm kind of stoked about it. So I would like to see this actually developed as a proposal or some kind of process that the executive engages, because we will empower you to do our work when we leave this place. And that the folks that Christina and the folks who have some vision behind this craft it in a way that's in dialogue with executive and actually nudge it forward. I'd like to see that happen.
Madam President, as a formal process thing, that is exactly what the conversation is about. And so that's a really great reminder that is what this conversation piece is about, is that it is for the executive to listen, it is for the staff to hear, it is for us to then take that and be in contact with the people who we have heard, and exactly, thank you for illustrating that so perfectly.
Microphone number 3.
Elizabeth Lee Strain from Comox, Nanaimo. I also really like this proposal, except I held up a blue card because I have concerns about part of it. I think it's very important that, especially in this time of change, that we start to hear voices apart from the old structure. However, I believe that they need to be members of our church. I think it's important that we bring other people, other members of our church outside of people that are attached to the presbytery. When I came to the United Church, I looked at what the United Church stood for. I worshiped with the United Church for a while, and then I determined whether I wanted to align myself with the United Church and whether I wanted to be a member. It was only then that I became a member, because now I say I'm a member of the United Church, and what is determined by the presbytery and then the BC Conference, and then the main church reflects on me. I think it's important that as we move into a new era, if we do move into the new era, that's going to reflect on us, the members. We need to make those decisions ourselves. If those people aren't voting members or have voting privileges, then let's bring everybody. Let's have everybody's input, but not if they're voting.
Microphone number 2.
Sandra Stickney from Naramata Community Church, which is an Anglican and United shared ministry. I think it would be really nice if there was somebody somewhere who had the magic recipe and could come and teach us what that was. But I think this court is an example of learning how to listen even to each other. There is huge wisdom already here, and the only real magic is growing in respect. And that's why I would say keep please listening to each other and gain all of the information you can and bring it.
Microphone number 3.
Janice Young, Vancouver Burrard Presbytery. I'm excited about this idea and think that our church could benefit greatly from voices that are on the edge, voices that have once upon a time been part of the United Church but are no longer part, but are still interested and still have much to teach us. I would like us to consider this and also be aware that next year we will be voting for commissioners for general council, and would like there to be some thought given as to if some of these people are would be so interested to come and be part of our conference that we might also consider them as delegates for the general council.
I'm going to hear from the remaining people standing at the microphones, and then I would like to invite Christina to come back and close the conversation. Microphone number 1.
Hi, I'm Karen May from Tixate Island United Church. I'm really excited by this proposal, and it reminds me that this would not be the first time that the United Church has actually asked for outside input into its processes and its policies and its direction. Some of you have probably read The Comfortable Pew by Pierre Burton. He was actually asked to look at the United Church and critique the church itself. I don't know what we're afraid of. The Spirit speaks in many ways and moves among us and moves among all of us, not just the people who are here in this room and not just the people who are in the United Church of Canada. I think we need to be open to Spirit's voice and we need to listen. And I think if we invite outside voices, that can invigorate the church. That's something called hybrid vigor, we call it. And that can only, I think, generate new ideas for us. We don't have to take them, we don't have to swallow them, but it might give us some exciting new ideas for new directions for our church. Thank you.
Microphone number 3.
Heather Anderson, Fraser Presbytery. I have a question around, I guess, the process of what happens after this. I'm very excited about the possibility of extending the conversation and inviting folks to the table at our various venues of faith communities. And I'm wondering, you said that the conference executive takes this, listening now, and will take this and will continue the conversation. So my question is how that conversation happens to include the other voices in the conference executive. How does that, various interactions, how does that happen?
We set the process would be that we would go, the executive would take this, they would talk about it, they would set the staff a task to reach an end. So part of it is forming policy around it, as Blair Odney was saying. This is a policy generating discussion. They would work on the policy. The staff would then, who is also here listening, realizes and hears that it's about a broad conversation. So that would be the process. Is Christina ready to speak the closing of the conversation?
Don't speak. We don't speak now.
I was closing the conversation, but microphone number 2, if you'd like to go ahead.
My name is Tom Miles from Vancouver Burrard Presbytery. I feel like I'm sitting in a congregational meeting where somebody came up with what appeared to be an aggressive, thoughtful, considered suggestion, and we're just about wearing ourselves out getting through it. It's not a shock to think differently. It would be easy and simple, and if you don't like what comes out, you're not trapped and you won't be written up in the newspapers. So sometimes in this, we do have a status quo and we really, really want to feel safe, and that's what we cling to. One thing, in a suburban congregation a long time ago, which had 4 mortgages, and the board meetings, committee meetings were preoccupied by how to pay the mortgages. And one of the members, who has taken an extension course in church history, explained that the church, from the time of Jesus' death and resurrection, for 3 centuries, until they had any safety and status, they lived through 6 persecutions and trials and troubles, and they had no buildings. And the chairman of the finance committee said, well, what did they do? I think we're at the point where we might inspect what they did.
Christina, thank you.
Thanks all for your thoughtfulness and your questions. I appreciate the pieces people have brought forward. In terms of process, I'll just offer that didn't feel a lot like a conversation to me, to someone that's offering an idea as a conversation. So I wonder if there can be dialogue at some point with the executive, because people brought up a lot of questions, and I don't want to go through the list and respond to each one, because that feels a bit strange right now. But if something is a conversation, what's the format that it can actually feel like a conversation? A couple of points that I will respond to that people brought up. One around, I heard language of sort of people from the outside, and I will offer the people I'm speaking about are not from the outside. They're like real full-on church geeks that are tired of what's happening in congregations. So these are people working at Naramata Center, these are people that are working at Camp Firkham, these are people that are going to evolve as leaders. There's loads of these people that are hanging out on the edges of our church that need to know that their voices matter. And if this moves to a place that people are invited to come and don't have a vote, I will have started a monster. They must have a vote. If this is moving forward, people must have a vote. We can't invite in visionaries, we can't invite young people in and say, you can come, we want to hear you, but your vote doesn't matter. 20 people are not going to sway the vote anyway in this room. So it's not about that, but it's about people feeling empowered, that they have a voice to speak to our church, that you care what people's voices are. That's what matters. That's the significance of the vote in this particular proposal. So I think people are hearing and understanding the importance of new voices, and I will offer that they do largely, the folks I'm thinking about, understand United Church context. So in terms of the process that we set to invite people in, as well as the process that we set to vet who these people are, that's all to be determined, but the group does understand the context. You don't want to come to this meeting if you don't love this church.
So thank you for that conversation, and I would encourage you to continue having that conversation in all of the places that you call home and with one another while we're still here. Graham?
As the scrutineers move over to the scrutineers table to pick up the ballots for our General Council Executive Lay Rep ballot, I would also invite any of the retirees that are coming on up in about 5 minutes to make your way over here. Find Leanne Blackert, who's waving her hand at you, and meet her up at the side of the stage here. On this ballot coming up, we have 2 names. On this ballot, we have the name Jean McDonald and R.G. Metzia. Again, you are selecting the 1. Any of those folks who are being celebrated as retirees today, if you would please move now over towards this side of the stage, that would be great.
If you have not received a ballot yet, please put up your hand. Put your hand up high if you have not received a ballot yet. If you have not received a ballot, put your hand up high. All right, if you've marked your ballot and you're ready to have them collected, put your hand up with your ballot. Hand up high if you still have a ballot in your hand. Good, thank you.
So we're going to move into a different part of our agenda today. We're going to be visiting and spending time with the retirees. So
how's the neighborhood doing? Everybody had enough sugar to keep you going the rest of the day? Find some quickly. We have a very exciting part of our celebration. We have our retirees present. These are people that have been wandering through our neighborhood for many years, doing good ministry in our midst, serving God, living the gospel, being present with us. And so we are excited to hear from them on what their future looks like. And I will tell you that I know there's been a few garage sales going on because I wandered away from somewhere in White Rock with a box full of books. And so some garage sales, some moving vans as neighborhoods shift. And so we welcome these lovely neighbors into our midst this afternoon. And we're going to start with Dorothy Jeffrey.
My name is Dorothy Jeffrey. I was born in Alberta and I lived there about half of my life. I came here. The other part of my life is I went to university about half of my life. And at the end of all that, I got to be a minister of the United Church of Canada. I'm a wife, a mother, and a grandmother. One daughter and one wonderful granddaughter. I'm a scientist. I've probably spent more of my life being a scientist than being a minister. And I've always had that question posed to me, well, that was a big change. And I'd like to tell you that it wasn't a big change because scientists are in the business of delving deeply into ideas. And ministers are in the business of delving deeply into ideas, ideas that matter. When I was a scientist, and I still consider myself a scientist, my neighbors were ideas. Now as a minister, my neighbors are ideas and people. And that's the reason I made the shift, because I wanted to have more people in my neighborhood. After I retire, I'm going to be a little more free with my involvement with the church. I've always been a great lover of the United Church of Canada, and I've always seen that there are many ways for us to contribute to the United Church of Canada. In the last few weeks, I've been looking at my journal that I had when I was discerning my call into ministry. And I discovered something that the system kind of diverted for me. When you go to seminary, it seemed at that time there was one path, to be a congregational leader. And that's not what I wanted to be. I wanted to be a minister of the gospel, a minister of love out in the world beyond the church. So I've been kind of thrilled by the comprehensive review that says the church wants to get outside the church walls. So when I retire, I want to use that freedom I have to not be structured within the church congregation and with all the things that we need to do to support a congregation. I want to use my energy and my time and my passion to do things to show our faith is important to other things in the world. The particular focus I have right now is our responsibility and our faith that tells us that we need to care for the world. We need to care for creation. So I'm Dorothy Jeffrey, I'm your neighbor, and the whole of creation is our neighborhood.
Hi, I'm Ross White, and our retiree question was, who are you? And so I thought, rather than describing a long diatribe, I'd just say, 5 feelings that, who am I? I'm grateful, I'm lucky, I'm happy, I'm excited, and I'm relieved. Whew. Yeah, so really, really feeling grateful. I began my ministry through going to University of Toronto, but especially as a student of the Center for Christian Studies. And the gratitude I feel for the women of our history who, as deaconesses, pushed for high quality mission training and good children's and adult education, made it so that there was a place where we could learn how to facilitate the church doing its work. And I trained in that way, and I inherit that tradition for which I'm grateful. I'm grateful also because I got to spend the majority of the years in one pastoral charge with my partner Jeannie as a team member doing family ministry in Van Berard Presbytery at Highlands United Church. That was our dream job. We wrote about it and we sent the vision out. We were going to send to all the conferences, but somehow we only got it sent to BC Conference. I wonder why. But it got picked up there and we got to do the work that we love to do. I'm so grateful that I was able to close my ministry with 8 years leading up to last September with Mark Green in Cadbra Bay, where we as team members really used our educational background to bring a whole new model to leapfrogging, one doing liturgy and preaching 1 month while the other resourced and wrote curriculum and worked with the teachers and the children in the Sunday school, and then we'd switch for the next month and switch back again and back, and so the congregation was always like this, oh, where are we getting, what theology, and so a tremendous variety that we could generate and that I feel the benefit. I said lucky. Well, there's numerous times when the hand of God just kind of came in my life in the church. I felt lucky to be sort of rescued out of Moose Jaw Presbytery. And there's a whole story about that if you want to know more later. I was lucky to, with Jeannie, have engagement early on with Naramata Center and Tim Scorer, who revealed to us a possibility to do family ministry, which we really took on and had a lot of fun in. I was lucky to never be without work as an ordered ministry person in the United Church of Canada. There was one time when I was fired from one position and felt devastated, but quickly assembled my resume, and 5 days later was offered a position in another pastoral charge. And So I've got a lot of luck going behind me, and I think it's part of what our family of the United Church offers to people. I said that I'm happy. I'm happy that an emphasis came into our church during my ministry of contemplative prayer, of healing pathway. These, above all, help me to be a human minister, help to share my frailties and to be authentic and not to try to be the person who knew everything and be all and end all. I was really happy that I was able to put bread on the table for all those years and feed my family with the salary that I got that the United Church gave me. And my daughter Anna is here at the back as living proof that she was fed well for the whole time. She has a lot to teach the church. We were just talking about possible models, and that's one of the great things we can look forward to. I'm happy that I was able to offer the church 40 years of service and feel, that content feeling. I'm excited now that I'm retired. I'm excited that I get to take over the kitchen and look up Creole recipes and try sushi and, do a little bit of Greek cooking here and there and hang out in places where, much like Dorothy mentioned, hang out in, like I get to be with the people at our place and to be at the fishing tackle shop. Yeah, neat. And I'm excited to be able to be sort of more like, if you know my friend, the Reverend Bruce McIntyre, who's given almost his whole post-retirement life to the ministry of healing at Knox in Parksville. I'm now adjunct staff at a local massage clinic where I can offer healing arts there, and excited to be part of my family cycle of birth, death, marriage, and all the new life that comes. Relieved? Well, I'm just relieved you didn't find out I was a fraud before I got out. But no, seriously, I am a white male that has privilege, and I realized that I inherited a path that was open for me that was hard won by many who gave their dedicated life, many women who sacrificed a lot in order to open a path for good education, and the deaconess tradition that lives on is a valuable one to keep. I'm relieved that the church has a magic number called 95, which is your years of service plus your age. You do the math. But now I get pension without reduction. But I want to just finally say I'm relieved that, I acquired a bunch of new skills, but I realized that you going forward in leadership need to dig even deeper into a whole skill set that I don't have, and that you're reaching beyond where you've been to navigate the future of the church. I am so impressed at the skills and the ability of our clergy now, and especially our interim ministers, who, together with the congregations, the people they serve, are finding new ways to transform what can be congregational and outreach life. So thank you very much. I guess the final word is I would say that I'm feeling surprised. I'm a little bit like the snail who was mugged by two turtles, who, when the police arrived and asked for a description, said, "I don't know, it all happened so fast."
Hello, my name is Gay Sharp. When I was 7 years old, I became fascinated and ensnared by the stories of our faith. And when I was about to turn 8, I asked my parents if I could have a Bible for my birthday. They thought that was a ridiculous idea for an 8-year-old and did everything that they could to lure me to ask for a doll. But I won out and got a wonderful white leather Bible, which is a treasure of my life. And since that time, the stories of our faith have grounded me and helped me to know that ministry is really about wonder and discovery and joy. It's like Jesus putting the child in the center and discovering life, being open to all that can be. And so it's been that children have really been the center of my ministry. Children have been my teachers, like Brandon. One Sunday, when I was pontificating about the many images of God, this is when we were on the he-she debate. God is the bear, and God is the mother, and the father, and the eagle. And Brandon said, God is a little boy just like me. And so I discovered that in God there is chaos and messiness and curiosity and magic. I have had teachers like Nate, who on the Sunday after we were talking about Noah and exploring that story, went home and said to his mother, "Can I have a bonfire in my backyard and roast some meat so that God can smell how grateful I am?" And I learned from Nate the depth and the joy of gratitude, that it doesn't have to be a serious intensity. It can be filled with exuberance and surprise. I learned from Cameron when one day he drew an amazing picture of our congregation with the children all on the outside and the cross on fire. And I asked him what that was all about. And he said, God is on fire outside, and the children are saying to the adults, come out and see. I have learned that children can be our leaders and can inspire us. And I learned from Samantha one Sunday, after a candidate had been brought forward in our ministry, and she came up and said to me, "Isn't it exciting that we are going to have a new minister in our church? I wonder if God has work for me to do." And she taught me the deep yearning that children have to be in full ministry now, regardless of their age. I come at this time in my ministry with joy and with sadness because I look out at our church and see so few children. I look out and see that most of our children's leaders are 50 and 60 and 70 years old. And know that we're in some ways creating a polity where it's difficult to raise up and mentor people to be accompanying our children. I have deep sadness when I look at our camps and know we've spent millions of dollars on buildings and hardly anything to equip its leaders. I know that in our camps the word God and the person of Jesus is often not known or said. But I also have great hope because I know that God is already deeply involved with children, whether we know it or not. I know that children have a deep yearning to be in connection with God and to be in connection with the community where they find a safe place for their already knowledge, their already knowing, and their questions. And I know that we have the capacity as a church to meet that. Long ago, a little girl named Leah came into our congregation. She was 6 years old, and her parents dropped her off at the door because they weren't interested. And somehow, Leah knew that she was. And she stayed with us for years until one day when she was 8 or 9 years old. She said, "I want to be baptized." In our polity, of course, parents are supposed to say those vows, and we wondered as a community what to do. And finally, we decided that the whole congregation would be her parents and make those vows and commitments to God and to Leah, that we would raise her in the faith. And on Easter morning, Leah stood, and the whole congregation stood with her and vowed to raise her as a Christian, knowing God in service to our world. I know our church is capable of doing this ministry and that we have the resources to do it. And in my retirement, I promise to be the mosquito in your ear, to keep buzzing about this word.
My name is Ann Manacle. I'm the daughter of Walter McDonnell and Norma McPherson of Winnipeg, longtime United Church members who came from both Methodist and Presbyterian roots. And as I prepared for conference, I wondered about the unusual spelling of the theme, connection. I don't know whether anybody else wondered. That was before I read Doug Goodwin's explanation in our workbook, the reference to our Methodist roots and the understanding of our coming together to be who we really are. However, I'd already done my research on the internet, and I discovered an interesting definition of connection with an X, a national information clearinghouse for grassroots activists originally involved with urban and rural poverty issues. Today, the scope of that project has expanded to include native rights, third world development, women's empowerment, peace, human rights, and other issues. Sounded pretty United Church to me, and as it turns out, this is who I am. You can't get much more grassroots than a person who's been a grain farmer in the Red River Valley. Small town church life meant that if you wanted a Sunday school, you had to be involved. If your teenagers needed a youth group, you became their leader. And the real bonus of rural life was in the strength of community. People were connected through generations of farming, and the church was smack dab in the middle of the community. And many of these rural churches saw ministers come and go, settled for a few years, then off to the big city. The laity were the constant, the ones who carried on the pastoral care, the teaching of their young, the fundraising to support their neighbors, even the supply worship on Sunday mornings. This is who I am. I was guided by some amazing people along my journey into and throughout ministry. Our local congregation at Morris were parents and grandparents to our kids and mentors to me and my husband Randy. And as I became more involved with ministry with children at the conference level, people like Ted Dodd and Irene Sale Rainey tapped me on the shoulder and encouraged me to take advantage of the Western field-based diaconal training, which ran from 1991 to 1996. And that training, created by and facilitated by an amazing woman named Betty Marlin, changed my life forever. And I have to add, Betty would absolutely cringe if I were to say that she was the Christ-like figure that defined my ministry. In fact, she would immediately correct me and be somewhat mollified if I would say that she was the epitome of Jesus, the radical teacher, for me. She taught us all about connection with an X and standing alongside the marginalized and disempowered of our world. Such was my ministry. I began with a 2-point rural charge in Morden and Darlingford, weeks before I even began to take a course. I then moved to a suburban church, Trinity, in Winnipeg, for the remaining years of my training. There I learned various aspects of team ministry, concentrating on children, youth, and the elderly, all who, in their own way, are the marginalized of an otherwise large and comfortable congregation. So the funny thing was that after 7 years of commuting from our farm to the city, my ministry at Trinity became too comfortable. I needed to hang out in the inner city at Stella Mission, where Randy had already found a home, and at Augustine's Oak Table, where I could hear the stories of the street people who came in for some warmth and hospitality. As United Church chaplain at the University of Manitoba, I learned to hang out with the Gay Pride Mosaic and other students who found university life to be challenging and often lonely. I was blessed with a year at an isolated pastoral charge in northern Manitoba. Snow Lake was an Anglican United Church whose Lutheran neighbors were also happy to have full-time leadership for a brief moment in time. Denominational boundaries seemed so absolutely irrelevant in a place where people desperately needed the bonds of community. And finally, before leaving Manitoba, I returned full circle to a rural church in a Mennonite community where belonging to the United Church meant being marginalized and labeled as unchristian. This is who I am. A city girl turned farm wife and mother, whose faith journey led her on a very meandering path to walk with those who needed support and empowerment at critical times in their faith journey. I am blessed with a 100-year-old mother who had grounded me in service and humility, and with a life partner who loved me and grew along with me, while providing me with the financial freedom to pursue an exciting and disparate career in ministry. And my thanks to the people of Lake Cowichan United, who helped me to see that small, isolated pastoral charges are not a phenomenon of the prairies. And to the people of St. Paul's, Sydney, who made me feel so very welcome and at home. But my greatest thanks to my Brecken family, who gracefully appreciated my interim offering of ministry and now allow me to ease back into volunteer life. This is who I am. Thanks be to God.
My name is Brian Burke. I am so happy to be amongst my family. I started off as a Roman Catholic. Don't hold it against me. Until I found that I was not valued as a human being. So in my typical working class Irish fashion, I said, expletive deleted. I'm out of here. Some years after that, I discovered a wonderful human being by the name of Bill Sixay, who brought me into the United Church at a time when I really wasn't all that sure about organized religion to begin with. But we traveled many years. When we started off, I was an NDP hack on sabbatical back at UBC, and he was a United Church divinity student at VST. Fast forward a few years to 1988, Victoria. And we had been together for a number of years as members of a firm, talking to people in the United Church across Canada. And we were at the General Council in 1988 in Victoria. Having spent the previous 4 years in Ottawa, both of us working on the Hill. And after one of our friends from Ottawa Presbytery, which was a solid COC country, community of concern for those of you who aren't historians. And after this worthy delivered himself of a major speech on the floor of the conference, I said, expletive deleted, I'd make a better minister than that. We will see. Final judgment is yet to be rendered. But I have had an opportunity in ministry in this United Church of ours to see people across the country at their worst and at their best. I've had an opportunity to be invited deep into the spiritual lives of people. I have felt so blessed by you. Well, Bill is still with me. We are heading off into the sunset. Well, actually, now that I've retired, he's decided that he's going to go back to work again, so we'll have to revisit that one. Wherever I go, as long as I live, I will carry you in my heart. Expletive deleted.
This is who I am. Joan McMurtry, retired. 54 days, 12 hours, 5 minutes and about 15 seconds. But then who's counting? The slides I have are kind of a random selection of photos from my travels in the world. I gave them in quite a while ago. I'm not sure why I chose some of them, but hopefully you'll find them a bit enjoyable. They have no correlation to what I'm about to say. So you have choices here, which is always good. I was thinking about how I might speak today, and with the theme of this is who I am, and who I am is really a compilation of my experiences, of the people that I've encountered, the people who've touched me. And so I thought I would share a few of those, and in that have a way of honoring those people who have impacted my life and my ministry. And helped make me who I am. First of all, my immediate and extended family. In this group of people, I learned about integrity, compassion, service, and resiliency in the midst of suffering. I went to CGIT, Canadian Girls in Training. There I enjoyed being a girl. I learned how to organize and how to lead. Look out, world, CGIT girls. I learned to work alongside others and to serve. These days, I'm remembering some of those leaders, Velma Stevenson and Velma Stevens. In the early 70s, I was in theological school at a time when there weren't many women students. These were the early challenging and rough and chaotic days of Christian feminism, where we were trying to forge new ways of being with the holy, naming God, being in just relationships. And we fumbled and struggled at it. And I remember elderly Dr. Tannehill, the librarian at St. Andrew's College, discreetly but respectfully bringing me articles from Berkeley that he thought I would enjoy because they were about women and the church. And it was the only place where they were doing writing. And then I remember Professor Ben Smiley bending to the gaggle of women students who insisted on developing a course on women and the church. This was an era that nurtured my curiosity for theology. Not just for theology, but theology that would be on the edge. A theology that would include the marginalized and all those who've been left out over history. Something that I've always continued to be intrigued with and to develop. I think of those people who influenced me: Barbara Elliott, Shelley Finson, Kathy Anderson from BC, Mary Daly in her writings, Gustavo Gutierrez, Dorothy Sole, Greta Vosper, Sally McFaig, Sharon Ferguson Hood, people who are on the edge and always pushing to make our theology relevant, because we say that how we speak of God matters, and who God stands for, and who is Jesus in the world. And is he for us and against us, and who is the us? I had an internship in Lucky Lake as a young woman, Lucky Lake, Saskatchewan, and Peter Williams was the maverick new ordained minister who was my supervisor. He had convinced Saskatchewan Conference to pass a resolution to disband ordination and commissioning. And they approved that motion. This wasn't so much about anti-clericalism, but was an uplifting of the importance of laity and of their calling. A reminder that we as ordered people are here and meant to support the lay people who are the church and to be animated by them, open and listening to them. I think of those incredible lay people who taught me and were colleagues with me over the years: Laura Bayless, Pat Krug, Jean Crum, Art Cato, Alan McKenna. And then those educators of my era who taught us to be mentors and coaches and animators: Bud Harper, Carol Stevenson Sellers, Elaine Peacock, Denise Nadeau. In BC Conference in the late 90s with Don Robertson, well, a few of you will remember this. You've been around enough. Bruce and Cheryl Harding and Carol McKinnon. We gathered ministry personnel from the Lower Mainland, and to all of our surprise, out of the 90 who could have showed up, 80 did. We gathered, we worshiped, we laughed together. We cried, we worried together about being the church. We affirmed each other for the importance of being together face to face in community, touchable with each other. The openness of spirit that was important in order to care for each other, in order for us to care for God's world and to follow in the footsteps of the one who was this remarkable prophet and priest. These days reminded us that we need to be together, we need to be open, we need to grow and stretch, we need to have fun together as people of God, and we need to live an integrated life. And there's more scenarios I could present, but I think my time's almost about up. Someone was going to kind of flap their hands at about 4 minutes, but oh, she's flappy, yeah. I kind of thought she'd be around, but she's not sitting very close. So finally, I recall all those people in the communities that I lived and served who didn't really give a rat's ass about the health or the survival of the institutional church. But all those people who cared about the world, about the earth, and about the neighborhoods in which we lived, and were committed to peace and justice. And I think of all those people out there who knew me and encouraged me as a church person, or the local church, whenever we showed up to care for the world or for our neighborhood, to advocate for the poor. Jack Lowndes, National Farmers Union, Bonnie Johnson, Planned Parenthood, Keith Philander, Global Racial Collective, Denise Darrell and Peter Fettus of White Rock, Coalition on Homelessness. Ironically, if I feel any accountability for my ordination in my 38 years of ministry, it is from these people who are outside the church and who don't give a rat's ass for its survival, but may be curious or interested in partnering with us if the kind of Jesus that we follow is a Jesus who cares about justice, or a Jesus who's a mobilizer for peace. If I'm doing a faithful job and if I'm connected to the sacred power of life, I imagine these are the folks who are celebrating in the streets because they can see it happening. It's been a terrific ride for me in ministry these past 38 years. I feel I've been graced by the Spirit and by you in my limitations and in my strengths. And I thank you for this moment of recognition.
Good afternoon. So who am I? I'm John Charles Clayton Miller. And I was born to parents Margaret Stanley Miller and William Pajak. I am a husband. And on Monday, Mary and I will celebrate our 41st anniversary. I am a father of 2 sons, Clayton, our eldest, and Andre. And I'm still waiting for grandchildren. But I am patient and I keep encouraging. I am a musician. I love music from the time I was a child. I play guitar and I like to sing. Going back into my youth, from the university days, I would do the coffee houses. But my real accomplishment in music was bagpipes, and that, yes, they are a musical instrument. In Rivers, Manitoba, where I grew up for many years, Don Mitchell was a gentleman there who played the pipes and had no children of his own, so he adopted all of us in the Rivers and District. At that time, the Rivers and District Boys Pipe Band. Later, we allowed girls into it as well. And today, I continue to play pipes. It's something that I will continue to do as long as I am able, and I am currently with the RCMP E Division Pipe Band. You can go to YouTube and purchase one of our albums. I enjoy outdoor sports, solo sports, alpine and Nordic skiing and camping and canoeing. I enjoy riding the motorcycle. I enjoy the experiences of traveling. And I intend to do much more of that in the days ahead. My involvement in the church is an interesting one from my perspective, in that I never knew anything about the United Church growing up. I lived on a military base. My sister was my foster mother, and her husband Louis Martel was a member of the Canadian Forces. From the time I was 6, Ellen and Louis raised me as one of their own. And in fact, while I've been here on the island, I've been visiting with my brother Bob, who is not my brother, he's my nephew. And I'm younger than he is. Nonetheless, on the military base, we attended church, what was called the chapel. And the chaplaincy was the Protestant chapel, is where I went. And I didn't know until many years later that somehow my baptism record was in the Department of National Defense records somewhere. And it wasn't until years later when I attended Ebenezer United Church in Markham, Ontario, where we had moved because of my wife's work with IBM. And we had moved there, and my minister of the time, Reverend Vince Alfano, said, "Oh, you'll be registered down at the Department of National Defense." And he managed to pull out and get my baptism record and allow me to then become a member of the United Church. Up to that point, I had been journeying around. I was quite involved with the Baptist community, the Anglican community, the Catholic community. We spent some time in Nigeria, and I got involved with the Afro-Christianity style of worship, and it's been a very eclectic kind of way into the United Church. But I felt at home, and I continued. And it was very, very soon after, I'd say about 4 years after I started attending Ebenezer, that Vince sensed something was going on in me. And I'm very grateful. I think what gave the fact that something was going on is when I went to him and said, "Vince, I need to use the church photocopier. I got to print out some advertisements." He said, "What are you doing?" I said, "I'm starting a business. Spick and Span Home Care Services." And he said, "You're what?" "Yeah, I think you could be, I want to be a home cleaner." And my wife, of course, laughed at that. But Vince took me aside and he said, "You know, John, something's going on, and you need to explore this." And that was the beginning of the discernment process that I entered into. And the rest is, as they say, history. I'm very grateful for Vince, and he's still a very good friend. In fact, my son, Clayton, attends his wife's church in the Beaches area of Toronto right now. Leslie Alfano is the minister, and I'm very grateful to Vince for having encouraged me and pushed me and guided my thinking and helping me to discern that process. I remember on the discernment committee there was a gentleman, I can't remember his name. He was a retired minister, and he had this unique ability to keep saying to me and pushing me to consider all the downfalls of ministry. And I remember him once saying, you know, have you ever considered that when you're a minister, you have to prepare sermons? Sunday after Sunday after Sunday after Sunday after Sunday, and it goes on forever. And I enthusiastically said, of course I know that, and I'm excited about it, and yes, by God, yes, I'm ready for that. And I can still say when I only have 5 more to do, yes, I'm ready for it. When I was ordained, I was settled in a 2-point charge near Markham, Ontario, Melville and Locust Hill pastoral charge. An interesting story about Melville, which this is not Melville, Saskatchewan, right? This is Ontario. When I was there, I found some records of that church and historical records. And back in the early 1920, 1923, going to that in that time, Melville was hosting and having conversations with churches in the community about developing something of a union. I found that fascinating. Melville was a Presbyterian church prior to Union, and Locust Hill was a Methodist church. I was ordained in 87, and it was in 88. Of course, we had reference already about the 88 General Council. And throughout 87 to 88, and up to that council, I found myself in a huge dilemma with the Locust Hill congregation. They were not going to have this resolution passed under no conditions. No way. And so being in Markham, very close to Toronto, I was able to contact a number of United Church former moderators. And I'm thankful that they were available, because whenever I was away, I would make sure that one of them showed up to fill the pulpit. And I remember a gentleman coming up to me and saying, "John Miller, I know what you're up to." And it was, but it was a tough one, because Locust Hill lost half its membership in one day. I remember the Sunday very clearly. Sunday after that resolution was passed, they came to church, and they all stood up and they walked out. But it was a learning experience through that process. It taught me many things that I've carried with me over these 27 years in ministry. It taught me leadership skills. It taught me patience and tolerance. It taught me to keep the faith. I'm very grateful for those in my church communities who have walked with me. David Quirk, member of the Locust Hill Church, recognized I was burning out very quickly. He's an Irish fellow, married to a Scots woman. Quite a mix. But he came up to me and he said, "You know, John, you got to get your suitcase back. We're going away for the week." I said, "David, I haven't got ready for Sunday yet." He said, "Oh, Sunday's looked after. Don't worry about it." "David, I haven't talked to Mary." "Oh, Mary's looked after. Don't worry about it." And he took me down to near Chicago, to New Mallory, a Franciscan monastery. And I spent a week and more talking, keeping silent, keeping the hours. And it saved me. It saved me in ministry. It saved me and gave me the energy and the strength and the courage to go back and continue the journey. In 27 years, I've only served 3 congregations. Calgary and Melville, or Calgary at Westminster was my longest stint, 13 years. The last 3 was in an amalgamation process. And then now at Bethany Newton for the last 9 years. And the people have been part of that journey so much. I've always considered myself to be on the edge of theology and push people to learn. I'm an educator. I was a teacher prior to ministry. And as an educator, I really believe that it's important to learn and continue learning, and I intend to do so in my retirement years. The people who were part of those learning groups that I was given the privilege of working with, I'm very grateful to, because they pushed me as I'd pushed them, and through the many curriculums that were available. I remember taking people down to Los Angeles, and you're going to think this is odd, I think, in one sense, but for 9 years I went to the Crystal Cathedral, to a thing called the Schuller Institute of Learning. And the first time I went, I was going on my mother-in-law's ticket. She bought me a ticket and said, "You go." And I wasn't too convinced that this is what I wanted to do. I had a lot of prejudice about television evangelism and all this. But nonetheless, I went, and the first group I met these people, and they were all in robes, yellow, beautiful orange and bright robes, and they were black people. And as I got talking to them, I realized they came from New York City, and they were part of the Metropolitan Church. And I thought to myself, wow, if they can come to this place and feel at home, surely I can. And you know, the interesting thing was, there were a whole bunch, over the 9 years I went, a whole bunch of United Church ministers from all across Canada attending these conferences. And so I'm grateful to that too. Which leads me to my whole business about retirement. People keep asking me, what are you going to do? You know, like they're already starting to schedule my life. And I don't have an answer. I'm not sure yet. I'm going to back off for a bit. I'm going to do a little journey around the area where I live in Surrey. I'm going to visit some other churches outside the United Church, and just to experience again some of what's going on there, but to also learn from them. I believe they have something to teach us. In conclusions, I am thankful for having had this opportunity with the United Church of Canada. It's been a gas. It's been a great thing. I don't have any huge issues in my ministry. I was blessed. I really was blessed. The congregations I worked with were supporting, were encouraging, and they put up with a lot of my ways and allowed me to have the flexibility and the privilege and the permission to experiment a bit. Of course, I have to acknowledge my wife Mary, and I told her I would be doing this. She had no idea what she was saying when she said yes to me going into ministry. I finally had this sense of call, and I finally said to God in my prayers, if Mary says yes, I will agree. And I went to Mary and I said to her, well, you know, Vince and I have been meeting, and this is what I think. And she says, oh, whatever. And then I took 4 years at Emmanuel College and experienced that. And through this whole thing, she's been with me, my best critic, my most honest critic, and she's been a rock. And so I say to you folks, thank you for being part of my neighborhood here in British Columbia in the last 9 years. And thank you for the United Church for being who I am. And I wish you many blessings, and I wish you great adventures, and I'll still be around working with the church in some capacity, although not for the next seeable future. Give me a year or so. Thank you.
I'm Ann Pollock, and this is who I am. For openers, I'm one of those preachers who never goes into the pulpit without a full written manuscript, so I decided today was not the time to change that. You can read the facts and figures of my ministry history in the booklet that's provided. I've been known to claim that I'm the smartest minister in the whole United Church of Canada. Thank you. It's not that I have any exalted estimation of my intellectual abilities. It's that the day after that momentous decision of the 1988 General Council in Victoria was the day that I left to go to New Zealand for a year, thus missing a whole lot of the angst and struggle that followed that decision for so many people. There are lots of interests and hobbies that help define who I am. I like to garden and do handicrafts like knitting and embroidery and play word games and Sudoku. I enjoy swimming and walking and reading and trying to play the clarinet. I probably spend more time than I should watching TV. I've been privileged to do a lot of traveling, visiting close to 60 countries. This has done a lot to broaden my horizons, and particularly with regard to the pilgrimages that I've been on to Ireland, France, and Italy, where Gerald Hobbs and Lynn McNaughton have strengthened my faith and my understanding of the church throughout history. I've got a passion for social justice. In my early days of my ministry, I joined the local peace group and stood outside the post office in Lake Cowichan one morning a week handing out pamphlets. I admit that I haven't been as active in this regard in the recent years, but I'm hoping to have more time and more freedom to pursue that work for the world that is just when I retire. As a minister, I enjoy creating and leading worship, and I'm known for writing plays and dramas to enhance the worship life of my congregations. And in earlier times, my puppet, Cordelia, that I made at VST, was often part of that. I like being part of a community of faith and sharing the lives, the joys, and the struggles of others. Those who know me will tell you that I like to be organized, and I use that as a way of being in control of what happens. When the church burned down in Lake Cowichan on a Friday was the only time in all the years that I ended up writing my sermon late on Saturday afternoon. My congregation never had to worry about something happening to me at the last moment, as they knew the sermon and the service would always be waiting on the pulpit the day before. And I've spent many long, hot summer days and weeks getting the services ready for the Christmas season. All those things go into making up who I am. But to address the question on a deeper level, the two qualities that I value most are grace and faithfulness. I appreciate those who hang in there no matter what. And I admire those people and situations when grace is lived out, when there is forgiveness and reconciliation, when the rules are bent and history is not taken as authoritative, so that everyone can be welcomed and included. I've tried to live out those values in my ministry and my life. The faithfulness part, anyway, being shown in how long I have stayed in the two pastoral charges that I have served. At my core, I have a strong, I'm sorry, I'm not doing very well. At my core, I have a strong faith in the assurance that nothing can separate us from the love of God as revealed to us in Christ. That faith has helped to make me as gracious and faithful as I've been able to be, and it's certainly helped to support and sustained me over the last couple of years when I have endured a lot of ill health, and I've often been discouraged because of that. I could say a lot more. There are lots more stories to tell. But the bottom line on who I am is that I'm a beloved child of God. And for this, I give God thanks and praise.
In my home congregation, when someone moves from our midst and from our neighborhood into a new way of being, a new place of being, we offer a prayer of blessing on them. We gather them in the center and we lay hands, and we're not going to do that with these today, but to show our appreciation for their ministry and to pray a blessing on them as they move into a new way, I just invite you to stand with me, if you are able, and point your arms in the direction of our retirees and pray with me, please. Holy One, the one who calls, the one who has led, the one who has been a part of these lives and these ministries, we pray that you would continue to be a part of these lives and the ministries we know that will continue in a new way. We ask your blessing on each of these who are retiring from the ministries they've been a part of for so long. Pray that you would bless them in their new walk, in their new way, that they would continue to know that they are not alone, that they are still your child and still valuable in this world for the work that they do. Thank you for each of them. Thank you for their inspiration. Thank you for their modeling. Thank you for all that they have given to you and to your church. Amen.
So I realize it is getting close to the dinner time. We just have a couple more things to do. Won't take long. It's my pleasure to announce that the General Counsel lay rep is Jean McDonald. So Jean, could you stand in the court? Thank you for that.
And Madam President, the ballot is ready to go out as well for the President-elect. The names that are going to be on the ballot that you will be receiving now are Henry Locke and Keith Simmons. Again, it is with gratitude for Blair, who has let his name stand. We will go forward with these two names left on the ballot. We will do that now before we head off to dinner, but don't leave once you've had your ballot collected, because of course we will say grace.
Nobody's telling me.
To also do some announcement. While you're marking your ballots, there's a couple of announcements that I'm going to make just to expedite our time together. So if you could listen, that would be great. Those of you who are interested in some Vancouver Island Youth and Adult Ministry dreaming ideas, please, once you've gotten your meals, go to the Duke Point Room and do some dreaming together. The silent auction closed earlier. We'll hear just after dinner, before we start for the evening session, how much it raised. However, we will also put up, starting now, the list of people who bid the highest. And so if you were part of the silent auction, putting your bids out there, you might want to check the list when it's going up, and perhaps just stick around a little bit and make sure you know what you won, and let other people that weren't bidding on the auction perhaps go first in the meal line, other than, of course, children and those with gluten sensitivities. And pay attention to what's going on. Go check in at the counter out in the lobby. where the auction folks are, and you can pay off your debts, and I mean, make your donation to the Imagine Fund. Of course, is
up
what I mean.
if you have not received a ballot yet. If you have not received a ballot yet, please put your hand up. Keep them up until you've received your ballot. Thank you.
Microphone 2? Microphone, just wait, Cameron. Can you turn on microphone 2, please? No, just wait, Cameron. Can we have microphone 2 on, please? Okay.
Cameron Reed, Comox Nanaimo Presbytery. Could we see those numbers again for the auction?
They will keep going.
Thank you.
Put up your hands if you have not received your ballot yet. There's still a couple of people, and I just want to make sure everybody gets a ballot. Hands up only if you have not yet received a ballot. All right, thank you. If you marked your ballot and you're turning them in, you can put your hands up and let the scrutineers collect them now. Keep your hands up if you still have ballots to be collected.
All right, thank you for that. If we could just quieten down, and we'll invite the children and some of the youth to come forward for sharing grace.
We're going to invite all of the children and youth. Some will fit on the stage in here, and others will form a big line right down in front of us, and both groups would like to share a grace with you. I can invite you to please stand. This one has a little bit of a wacky action that we'll teach you first. If you don't get it, it's okay. The words will come up on the screen, and we're going to sing to the tune of Edelweiss, so it's pretty easy to sing, but let's attempt these actions first. So we're going to do it in a straight line. So lots of us... So the action means you kind of need to be near people in a circle around your table, if it works for you. Your left hand goes out like this, kind of like I'm a little teapot, and it doesn't move. It's kind of like a statue. Palm down. Your right action, if you care to take part, is your right hand will go up and clap your friend's hand. Go for it. Clap. And then take your right hand, so it's kind of like a wave. This is what it does. How about if I tell you once, and then we'll all do it together? And a hush fell over the crowd. Thank you. in a moment. So your right hand will do this action. Clap your friend's hand, clap your right lap, clap your left lap, and go and clap that hand that doesn't move that belongs to you. And then work your way back. Your left lap, your right lap, and your friend's hand. And a hush fell over the crowd. Okay, not too fast. Give it a shot. If it doesn't work for you, then just do this with your hands. We're going to sing Thank You, God, on this day for our many good blessings to the tune of Edelweiss. And we'll start as soon as you clap up. 1, 2, 3. Thank you, God, on this day for our many good blessings. Thank you, God, on this day for our many new friendships. Glory to God, may you hear our prayer. Guide us on forever. Thank you, God, on this day for our blessings and friendships. Amen.
We're back at 6:45 with singing to start at 7 on the dot. 6:45 with our singing.